Morning, Zane. Hello, Zane or Amanda, whoever is using either address. Are you there? Morning. Morning, Zane. Hello, Zane or Amanda, whoever is using either address. Are you there?
Yes, you hearing me?
Yes, I'm just hearing you now, Amanda. All right, I've made you host. Morning. So I'm going to log off because I'm using my phone and it's giving me
All
a feedback.
right, no
Remind
problem.
Amanda to resume the recording, all right, and check also the YouTube. Whoever is using either
Okay,
address. Let me log off.
all right, no problem.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of our conference. We will now begin with the national anthem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of our conference. We will now begin with the national anthem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of our conference. We will now begin with the national anthem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of our conference. We will now begin with the national anthem.
Hi, everybody. What's up?
Hi, good morning, Professor Cooper.
Yes. Checking to see what's up.
You may begin, ma'am.
All right. Good. Thank you. I was waiting for a message, so go right ahead now. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be hosting this panel in honor of my friend Jean Bintabreeze. It has been such a pleasure to know her and to follow her career over the years. In this panel, we have 3 presenters. I'll be presenting also Owen Blacka Ellis and Yasos Afari. And we're going to go in the order of the program. I will go first. So here's my presentation. I'm focusing on what I call words unbroken by the beat, the performance poetry of Jean Bintabreeze. In her poem, Red Rebel Song, Breeze created a familiar character sounding a lot like her own self. I is the red rebel woman, accepting I madness, declaring I sung. Now sit down in a attic techno firebun. I singing it loud, I singing it long. Things I done? Well, I bomb. I own rainbow. I own song. On August 4, 2021, Jean Bintabreeze joined the ancestors. She is certainly not done. Death will not silence her song. And her rainbow promise will not fade. Breeze has left a legacy of poems, short stories, scripts for theater and film, as well as numerous recordings of her vibrant performances that will indeed endure. Her exceptional body of work confirms her place as a figure in Caribbean literature. From the sturdy roots of dub poetry, Breeze branched out into other literary genres. Now I'm hearing, Please forgive that break in transmission. It was a matter of life and death. Breeze's exceptional body of work confirms her place as a major figure in Caribbean literature. From the sturdy roots of dub poetry, she branched out into other literary genres, but she never forgot the power of performance that is such a fundamental element of dub poetry. In one of her early poems, Dubbed Out, Breeze distinguishes her work from the rubber dub monotony of easy performance poetry, in which meaning is often rubbed out in the dub. And this is what she said. I search for words moving in their music, not broken by the beat. Breeze's pun on moving suggests both the emotional impact of poetry, it moves us, as well as the fluidity of the word released from the mechanical rigidity of the beat. Poetry becomes verbal dance, transmitted word of muscle. It's not just the words that are unbroken by the beat. The poet as performer is freed from the confines of the book. She speaks face to face with an immediate audience. Now, Breeze's repeatedly spectacular performance of her poetry cannot be fully anticipated from reading the relatively static words on the page, even though the words are richly elusive. Somewhat like a musical score, the poem pressed to the page encodes performance. Breeze, fully possessing the rhythms of the body text, achieves the music. A classic example is her authoritative performance of Rhythm Ravens. Breeze renders the madwoman's despair with such absolute artistic control that the comfortable distance between madness and sanity, between actuality and the act, is uneasily contracted. The audience enjoys the aesthetic pleasure of exquisitely recreated suffering. The discerned pain of the madwoman's debased condition is dignified, but not diminished by her fleeting moments of total lucidity. In performance, Breeze's articulate dramatization of the madwoman's poem, as Rhythm Ravens is ambiguously subtitled, confirms and it both confirms and obscures the cunning distinction between the artist and her alter ego. So come in, my selector, beg you play Rhythm Ravens for me. I hope everything line up. While we're waiting, I would just say that Professor Emeritus Mervyn Morris, Poet Laureate of Jamaica from 2014 to 2017, recounts in Women of the Word Breeze's theatrical control of the nonverbal elements of performance. Here we go.
I send me back a street and send me all right now. But as I catch the first time them carry me go a Bellevue was for the doctor and the landlord operate to take the radio out of my head. Through them sees the bed where did I give me cancer and make me talk to nobody. At the same night when the landlord throw me out for no pay the rent. And me have to sleep out a door, wrap up round the channel one rhythm box. At the same night the DJ fly up in my head. And me hear the DJ a play, say, no feel no way. Town is a place that I really can't stay. Them coulda ribbit me hand, ribbit me toe. Me want go a country, go look a mango. But when hungry make King Street pavement bubble and dolly in front of me eye, and my foot start wander follow fly to the garbage pan in at the Chinaman back lot. And they nearly chop off my hand in at the butcher shop to thief the piece of rotten pork. At the same night, when the two dirty maga gyal walk in front of me, drop the last piece of ripe banana. And me bend down, pick it up and near me. At that time, they grab me. And it's right back in a Bellevue, them carry me, so that's me mad again. And this time, the doctor and the landlord operate. And then pull the radio plug from out of my head and send me back a street and say me all right now. But as I catch back out the street, I take the radio plug and I push it back in my head. And I hear me DJ still a play. Say, no feel no way. Town is a place that I really can't stay. Them coulda ribbit me hand, ribbit me toe. Me want go a country, go look a mango. You see? When me first come to town, me used to tell everybody good morning. But now the little rosiness gone out of my face, nobody now answer me. Silence turn rags around my body in the midst of all the dead people, them a ball about the cost of living. And it's only one thing stop me from go stark raving mad. A true. When we sit down in a parade, I tear up newspaper to talk to. And sometimes they roll up and then turn in a one of Uncle Bud's sweet, soft, yellow heart breadfruit. We don't want a little piece of roast saltfish side of it. And if little rain just fall, me get coconut run down for eat it with. Same place side of where the country bus them pull out. And sometimes me I try board the bus. And the conductor boy I say, dirty girl come off of the bus. But through him not hear the rhythm in my head. Same like the cassette of the bus driver play. And me DJ I say, no feel no way. Town is a place that I really can't stay. Them coulda ribbit me hand, ribbit me toe. Me want go a country, go look a mango. So country bus, I beg you take me home to the place where I belong. And the dirty boy just run me off. Well, this morning, me start out on Spanish Town Road for me to go walk home a country. For my granny said she used to walk from country, come a town, come sell food. And me want catch one before they put on the price funny. But me can't go home dirty. And my parents them did send me out clean. I see one standpipe there. And I take off all the crocus bag them. And I start to bathe myself good and proper. For I hear the same two dirty maga girl them a laugh after me last night and say who could have breathed smaddy like me. I true them don't know so it's pure nice man that drive car and have gone visit my peers all them 3-4 o'clock a morning. Now the little dirty boy them when me see them I go home with. And as I did there, and I feel the cool, clear water upon my body. No grab them, grab me, and it's right back in a Bellevue them carry me because me mad and I bed naked a street. And this time, the doctor and the landlord they operate and then take the whole radio from out of my head. But when them things say me under the chloroform, them put it down careless. And when they come out, I grab the radio and I push it up in my belly to keep the baby company. But even if me no make it, me want my picnic know this rhythm from before she born. Hear me DJ a play, say, no feel no way. Town is a place that I really can't stay. Them coulda ribbit me hand, ribbit me toe. Me want go a country, go look a mango. And same time the doctor and the landlord then trigger the electric shock in my head. And me hear the DJ voice ball out say, murder! Call and pull up this operator.
That was an absolutely moving performance. Powerful, you know, some of the lines, the memorable lines, for example, when she says, the girls them don't know, says, big man, powerful man with car and gun, will come look for it. That just tells you something about how the society sees masculinity and power. So, Professor Emeritus Mervyn Morris talks about Breeze's theatrical control of the non-verbal elements of performance because it's more than the words, it's her total body language. This is how he puts it. Although I had heard the poem, it was the first time I saw her perform the Mad Woman's Lament, Rhythm Ravens. A couple of gestures she made at that time were really astonishing, like a gesture, a sudden gesture for sort of putting the plug back in. It was really alarming. You could feel everybody freeze at that moment. Obviously, that kind of detail, I think, is very carefully calculated, unquote. Breeze's careful calculation and crafting are evident also in less theatrical poems. For example, Simple Things quietly affirms a cappella the solid peasant values of rural Jamaica, in particular, the endurance of women. And the poem is dedicated to Miss Adeline and Aunt Vida. So the counterpoint of English and Jamaican voices authenticates Breeze's tribute. She is herself the product of both worlds. The simple things of life, my dear, the simple things of life. She rocked the rhythms in her chair, brushed a hand across her hair, miles of travel in her stare. The simple things of life, a homie corn and the backache gone. Plant me peas, arthritis ease. The simple things of life. Leaning back, she wiped an eye, read the rain signs in the sky. Evening's ashes in a fireside, the simple things of life. Born in Patty Hill, Hanover in 1956, Breeze learned quite early the pleasures of the simple things of life. But she also began to understand the complex dynamics of color and class in rural Jamaica. In an interview with Professor Stuart Brown, himself a poet, Breeze confessed, quote, when I started going to primary school in the 60s, I was a brown-skinned girl with long hair. And if my pencil dropped, someone would pick it up for me. unquote. By the time Breeze got to Rusi's high school in Lucy, she fully understood that the deference of an anonymous Black someone to brown skin was an essential element of the demeaning legacy of colonialism in Jamaica. It was probably at Rusi's that Breeze encountered the novel Jane Eyre by the English writer Charlotte Bronte. There she did A-level Spanish, geography, and literature. In Bronte's fiction, the Englishman Edward Rochester goes to Jamaica to marry the heiress Bertha Mason for love of her money. Born in the West Indies, Bertha is Creole and not quite white enough. Treated abominably by Rochester, she succumbs to the madness that supposedly runs in her family. She's taken to England, where she's imprisoned in Rochester's attic. Bertha sets fire to the house, Rochester is crippled in the blaze, and she dies. In Red Rebel Song, Breeze summons the ghost of Bertha in order to distance herself from the suicidal fire in the attic. She is a survivor. At Rusi's, Breeze studied not only geography, but the teacher as well, Brian Breeze. The learning must have been mutual. They married in 1974. Breeze taught secondary school in Hanover and also worked with the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission during her marriage. The Breezes had a son, Gareth, who would captain both the Jamaica cricket team and the West Indies under-19. He's now a coach for the England women's cricket team. The couple separated in 1978. Breeze would later birth two daughters, Mico, executive director of the private sector organization of Jamaica, and Karib, UK head of digital marketing at Portfolio Metrics. Breeze moved to Kingston and enrolled in what was then the Jamaica School of Art to study drama. She became part of the emerging dub poetry movement. Her evocative stage name, Breeze, was a lasting gift from her marriage. After a year at drama school, Breeze retreated to the hills of Clarendon, having sighted Rastafari. Chanting down systems of oppression is a recurring theme in her body of work. In the short story Cousin Eva, Breeze passed judgment on the political elite who have failed to fulfill the useless promise of both emancipation and independence. Quote, all through her tears, she thought of Independence Day, the excitement in the village, and all the school children marching along the road with their new flags and the mugs that had been handed out with the emblem on the side. She still had hers unused in the cabinet. She had thought then that all the people without land would have been given a small piece and a title, because surely independence meant owning your own land. But no, that didn't happen. And so she prayed again, unquote. In the poem Ordinary Morning, it's the very ordinariness, the sameness of the struggle to eke out an existence that is so overwhelming. Was just another same way morning, another clean up the mess after they left morning. A perfectly ordinary morning of a perfectly ordinary day, trying to see a way out. So it did hard to understand why the ordinary sight of my own frock hang up my line with some clothespin should have stopped me from doing nothing but just bawl. The poet Linton Kwesi Johnson recognized the revolutionary consciousness in Breeze's brilliant poetry. He invited her to participate in the 1985 International Book Fair of Radical Black and Third World Books in London. Breeze took the festival by storm, launching a stellar career in the UK as a creative writer, actress, lecturer, and recording artist. But she always wanted to come back home for good. Her short story, Return, seems transparently autobiographical. Quote, somehow, before too many years dreamed by, she was going to find a way home, own a little piece of land with trees and flowers she had planted, build a house where she could live and work. This island couldn't give birth to her to the voices she heard inside her head and then tell her to stillborn them. Sometimes she could feel them rusting in her chest, and sometimes, in rarer moments, she could spit out a pearl shined up from hugging herself too tight. But she knew something was dying slowly in the cold, unquote. Breeze did come back to live in Jamaica. And even though the dreams of her fictional self did not entirely come true, she was at peace in the warmth of her island home. Exactly 1 week before she died, Breeze called to give me her new phone number. And she told me matter-of-factly that she had recently had a nervous breakdown. I wasn't alarmed. Breeze's head had a way of taking her, and she sounded so bright and full of life. It was Theseus in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream who mockingly asserted, quote, "The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact," unquote. In this context, compact means joined together. Jean Binta Breeze was a lover and a poet with an extraordinary imagination. She was most certainly not a lunatic, even though she did hear voices in her head. Refusing to stillborn this insistent chorus, Jean Binta Breeze released her songs to the world. They will resonate for generations to come. Thank you. And now we'll hear from Blacka Ellis. Owen Blacka Ellis is a writer, actor, and educator who lives and works between Canada and Jamaica. He's known mostly for 3 decades of work as a comedian. He has written for stage, screen, and television. He's also an educator in the fields of English literature and theater arts, and has taught at the secondary and tertiary levels. So over to Blacka. We have a recorded tribute.
This is my tribute to Jean Lumsden, Jean Breeze, Binta, my sister, the girl from Patty Hill, Hanover, who claimed the world as her performance space, who spoke words that linger in time, who performed in ways that just mix magic, poetry, and rhyme. She was a speaker, singer, actress, dancer. She was the ultimate creative artist, Jean Binta Breeze. She wrote a song that many people don't know about that I want to share with you. I won't preface the song with the usual thing that don't check the thing and check the words. Just listen to Jean Binta Breeze. She said, "Come reason with I, come reason with I, come reason with I. It's a long time now we're speaking in tongues. No one knows where the other belongs. Come reason with I, make we sort things out. Come reason with I, what it's all about. Look all around, what do I spy? So many people not reasoning with I wanna know why. Look all around, what do I spy? So many people not reasoning with I. So come reason with I, come reason with I, come reason with I. She was actually talking for children. It was 1979, was declared as the International Year of the Child. And there was a group, a short-lived performance group called Reason that featured Jean Binta Breeze, Aduga Honora, the late wife of Oko Honora, Patrick Martin, Clive Udo Anderson, Roy Rayan, Winston Bellabel, and myself. We were a performance group sharing poetry, dance, and theater in a wonderful blend mixed media performance group. Didn't last too long because we all went on to be different individual artists doing our own individual stuff. But Jean Binta Breeze was a part of that magical moment in time. And she wrote several songs. I remember a song she wrote that spoke to the plight of workers in the sugar belt in Westmoreland about I make we travel down a land I low, cause I we right we a stand up for. Is a land thing we a deal with. Yes, Bakra is a land thing we a deal with. Gene Binterbreed, there's so much that we don't know about Gene Binterbreed that I could tell you, but I won't tell you just now. I'll just say this, that Gene Binterbreed was a wonderful mom, M-O-M. Mixer of magic and mover of moods, and she walk like water and she sing like fire and she chant words that just blend dilemma, desire, thought, stir movement, stir hearts. That was Jean. And we all know our Madman poem because she was crazy in all the sense of that word. She struggled with mental illness, but she also was crazy about what she loved. She was crazy about what she laughed. She's not the kind of cocktail party kind of girl. She go to a party, Binta go play, Binta go and dance. She go and dance. She go and live out loud and laugh out loud and sing out loud. And she's still singing out loud. She sings on, as far as I'm concerned, in her works that are timeless and are lasting. She sings on in her words that we know in the Madman poem, in her words like her poem that I want to share with you that many people don't know about because it's not in her more published popular books. She wrote her very, very first book was a book called Answers. And I have only a few copies. Answers, before she published and became famous. She said, to plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. Better not to stop and ask, just take up your tool. For the hunger getting rampant, the food is getting scarce, the price is getting steeper, the land space just can't waste. To plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. Better not to stop and ask, just take up your tool. The wickedest man I know is the one who never plant, but every day him rise up is just more food him want. Once upon a time, this a little land used to feed the whole of England and a portion of the next one. So what happened to I and I now? That's what I would like to know. What happened when I and I picnic for food that I and I grow? To plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. Better not to stop and ask, just take up your tool. Every man love him Bammy, every man love him Roscan, but plenty man with a shame for your seeing with a fork and a lass in him hand. To plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. Better not to stop and ask, just take up your tool. Look how much coconut and breadfruit come from filled generation. Look how much time mango tree was a regular feeding station. When money fail and job can't get, we have to understand that the sweetest reward in the whole of earth is from planting up the land. To plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. Better not to stop and ask, just take up your tool. To plant, just send the sun, just send the rain. Little more and I have, who leap a corn grain. Come make a plant, cause to plant or not to plant is the question of a fool. And she spoke about foreign aid to third world countries and the mystery therein. She said, aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, aid traveled with a bomb. Aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, aid traveled with a bomb. Aid for countries in despair. Aid for countries that have no share. Dumpling surplus food in the sea, then them can't allow starvation to be. Aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, aid traveled with a bomb. Then buy a land to dump nuclear waste. Then sell it to you so that that food you can taste. Aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, aid traveled with a bomb. They love your country. They want to invest. But you don't get when it comes to the test. Them gone home with all the profit. Your government left upholding a racket. Aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, aid traveled with a bomb. They exploit and they rob you of your own, then send it back to you as a foreign loan. Interest on it, regulations too. They will even decide your policies for you because aid traveled with a bomb. Watch out, Aid travels with a bomb. They come, they work, they smile, so please. Then they leave, you discover a new disease. Aid travels with a bomb. Watch out. Aid travels with a bomb. A country that will not feed itself will always be in debt to somebody else. So our independence can never stand until we stop holding out the begging hand, because aid travels with a bomb. Watch out. Aid travels with a bomb. Jean Binta Breeze. Jean Binta Breeze was the mom, mover of magic and maker of mystery. She was also a brilliant mom to her three children, Gareth Breeze, Imega Breeze, and Carib Breeze. And Gareth is a just beautiful, strong, sharp, and sensitive man who was coaching the women's team in England. And Imega is just so flawlessly fluent and brilliant woman heading the PSOJ. And Carib is just a remarkable creative administrative, and they really exemplify the magic and the beauty of their mother. And the way that she claimed the world. Gareth connects to her European connection, Imega to her Rastafarian manifestation, and Carib to her Caribbean identification. Jean Binta Breeze. I want to make a public proposal to Professor Caroline Cooper. No, not the WIM proposal, not the WIM, W-Y-M-M, not the W-Y-M-M, not the Will You Marry Me, but this proposal is a public request that you and I, D-A-T-T, not D-A-T-E, but D-A-T-T, do a thing together. And that thing is to curate, research, and liberate some unspoken, and unpublished work of Jean Binta Breeze. Jean Binta Breeze have a whole repertoire of untold stories and unpublished works, and I know about some of them. Let's do it together, and let's release words unspoken of a woman unbroken. The unpublished stories and unwritten, untold works of Jean Binta Breeze. She lives on forever, from Patti Ilanova to School of Drama to the global theater, Jean Binta Breeze. And she remains Binta, close to the heart, close to my heart, Jean Binta Breeze. Come through 9 months, take all the pain, and the man I got tell me say him can't take this train. Go home to your mother, she will help you mind the youth. Go home to your mother, I tell you is the truth. She told her stories in her poetry. No feel no way. Town is a place that I really can't stay. You coulda ribbit me and ribbit me toe. Me want go a country, go look mango. The simple things of life. The simple things of life. Jean Binta Breeze. Live on forever, Sister Binta. Enough love, enough respect. That's it from I, Blacka.
Blacka, thank you for that brilliant tribute. And let me tell you, we're ready to collaborate with you anytime, anything, all right? Especially for Breeze, man. We really have to make sure that all of that brilliant work is available to the public. So make we see how we can do it. And I have to agree with Leighton Giles, who posted, the piece Plant or Not to Plant is so current and speaks to the now. I was saying the same thing, you know, as they're talking about the disruption of global supply chains. And I saw a good joke. Somebody said me a meme that said parents must stop telling children that Santa Claus died from COVID, because no Christmas now go keep, because all the people them will look for Christmas present, not a thing coming, because everything back up. When you see the pictures of the ports with the containers piled high, you know that we cannot be sitting down in Jamaica waiting for food from foreign. We are so blessed. 12 months of sunshine. We can plant year round, and yet we're sitting down and we importing food and then people have in a storehouse for years. And a fresh food, they must give us, a what left. And we are happily paying money for chicken back and all. I mean, really and truly, we know the chicken back and those things is part of the culture of poverty, where we never have the money for buy the whole of chicken, so we take liquor where we can get. But we have to break ourselves out of chicken back and fish back. Me was shocked to hear when them say to myself, fish back. Poverty is real in Jamaica, and we need to find a way to emancipate ourselves into wealth, because we have the capacity. But we have some politicians who don't have no vision. They are not doing anything to fundamentally transform the society. All them doing is licky, taking what them can get. I will go on record as saying that we don't have any visionary leaders in both parties. The politicians lack vision. So we need to have a revolution in agriculture, a revolution where everybody is planting. No matter how your little garden or your little yard small, you can find some way to plant. I've been planting up, thanks to one of my friends, Ajamu Nangwaya, calls himself an anarchist, but his anarchy is leading him to encourage us to plant. There are banana trees that, Ajamu plant for me, bearing. When you go out and pick a bunch of banana that grow in your yard and you eat it, there's nothing tastes as good as food that grow in your garden. Anyhow, and it's at a point about the aid traveling with a bomb. What the people sending to us that they're calling aid. It's not aid. When them send aid, first of all, them send aid and you have to buy the goods and even the consultancy services that them giving you, so-called. You have to use for them consultants. We just had a big study done on the creative industry in Jamaica, and it's the same British Council people who are funding it. It's for them people that doing it. We have people in Jamaica that could be doing the study, but no, with them now going to get we for do it. Them get the foreign people to come and do it. And so the money, that part of the money that we get goes back out to pay for them consultants. So it's a whole cycle of oppression. And Jean understood this perfectly. And we see this in her poetry. So big up Blacka for bringing out those issues. And really, we have to collaborate to make sure that the work that is not published actually gets into the public domain. So our final presenter is Yasos Afari. Yasos is a world-renowned dub poet and author. His achievements in the creative fields go far and wide, to include being awarded Dub Poet of the Year in 1993. His single, Honor Crown HIM, was the #1 single in Zimbabwe for months. Yasos was also featured in many press outlets, including gracing the cover of the Billboard magazine. He has produced his own music as well as that of other artists and promoted several groundbreaking and successful stage shows. Yasos' main showcase is Poetry in Motion, an annual event celebrating Jamaica's poetic heritage. And more recently, he has now developed the brilliant concept of the annual Jamaica Poetry Festival. Over to you, Yasos.
Thank you, Professor. Bless up yourself, Blacka, anyway, there. And to all the people in the audience, the virtual audience, I want to say thank you to Professor Clinton Houghton and the Mico University College for this brilliant initiative. I'm truly honored to be a part of this. And it's interesting that I'm making a presentation after the very potent Professor Cooper and Owen Blacka Ellis, because in truth and in fact, as it relates to Jean Binter-Breeze and her works, and in terms of the synergy that we have ultimately created, that was late in coming, really. And I have been aspiring so to do for maybe decades, and it finally happened when she returned to Jamaica some years ago. It's fitting, as one of the person in the chat said, that that poem that Blacka read, to plant or not to plant, is a question of a food. And as it relates to that, everybody loves to eat bami and roast corn and whatever else, but maybe they're not really ready to hold the tool to do the work, which is a serious indictment, really. And it somehow reflects and speak to the reality that Jamaica is facing and which Professor Cooper just addressed now. Interestingly, me just go sort out my bombing, and after this event, me go look after some bombing. In the last 2 years, I've planted in excess of 200 fruit trees. And so that assertion by Jean Winter Breeze is timely, especially in this fourth industrial revolution, and certainly in terms of what is facing Jamaica and the world at large, in terms of agriculture, in terms of our economy, in terms of our health issues, among others, or social issues as well. And so certainly that goes to show the nature of Jean Breeze's work, as well as the nature of dub poetry, which by definition, from my reckoning, and borrow from the assertion of Oko Onura, from the English word dub, literally means to take out and to put in. So especially in this 21st century, it relates to the urgency of unlearning, relearning, downloading and uploading, new modalities, a new paradigm, new faculty of interpretation. And so it puts, I think, dub and dub poetry center stage. And so it is even fitting to be paying tribute to Jean Winter Breeze, who passed away, transitioned in August in the parish of Hanover, and certainly gives us reason to recall Lee Scratch Perry, who is also from the same parish and who passed away pretty close to the moment of the transition of Jean. And so I have been thinking, and we have had this discussion with Jean as well, just like we harmonize art and life, we need to harmonize dub as it is in the musical sense, linking dub as it relates to the work of King Tubby's, Mad Professor, Lee Scratch Perry, Blackbeard, scientists, alchemists, among many others, and linking that to what is now known as dub poetry. And so the fact that they choose to have transition in the same parish, close to each other, it suggests to us that even beckoning from the ancestral world, we are now summoned to harmonize dub with poetry in a renewed way, and to speak to the issues which dub poetry is known to address, namely social justice, social empowerment, liberation, particularly Black liberation, to promote the arts in education and the arts in nation building. And for us as African people who are recovering from the transatlantic genocide, to link with our continental homeland and to further solidify the relationship between continental Africa and continental African people living on the continent, as well as diaspora and African, now in exile in different parts of the world, including the Caribbean. And so evidently, dub poetry is one of the artistic and creative expression of Jamaica and the Caribbean. It has its own struggles, just like any other art form. I remember when the DJs and reggae music was boogie yaga music, which no fit to play uptown, or don't fit to be even recognized. Remember, and even up to this day, when some people turn their nose up on dub poetry because they want to retain the purity of what they perceive to be poetry from an elitist and academic perspective, and not giving due credence to the contemporary and revolutionary impulse which is registered and chronicled in the poetry and the dub poetry of illustrious poets such as Jean Winter Breeze, in the company of Linton Kwesi Johnson, who was instrumental of introducing her to an international audience, namely in the UK, as well as Oko Onura, Benjamin Zephaniah, Mikey Simit, Poets in Unity, Cherry Natural, DYCR, among many others. We particularly salute the contribution of Professor Mervyn Morris in terms of facilitating a better recognition of the literary potency of the works of many of the poets. And he's a former Poet Laureate of Jamaica. And in reflecting on the reintroduction of the Poet Laureate program in Jamaica after pretty much 50 years, once Jamaica became independent, the need was not seen, and it was remembered, I would think, roughly 50 years after. And so we have had Professor Mervyn Morris, Lana Goodnison, as well as the current Poet Laureate, Dr. Olive Senior. It begs the comment from me that Jean Winterbreeze would have been an ideal Poet Laureate, but we leave that to the date and the proposal that Blacka just made to Professor Caroline Cooper, because we'd like to see the work of Jean Winterbreeze integrated into maybe the JCDC, with which she worked for some time, harmonizing that with the Social Development Commission, the Ministry of Education, as well as the many poetry events, and certainly the publication, both in terms of the literary and the recorded work. I'm aware that Delroy Thompson recorded an album that is still unpublished, so you maybe want to make link with Delroy as it relates to that unpublished album. So I really came to be aware of Jean Winterbreeze and her work in the 80s while hanging out, literally, at the Edna Manley School, now known as the Edna Manley School of the Visual and Performing Arts, I think. And I was introduced to her kind of in a sense of urgency by Jabez, who was a poet that is now, who is still a poet that is now residing in the United States. And he drew my attention to her, not just the poetry, but some of her theater work. She was active with Sistine Theater Collective, and he was affiliated with Sistine Theater Collective as well. And so I was totally impressed when I was introduced to the work. We never really, outside of maybe performing together once on a stage, we have never met face to face, but nevertheless, we were always amused in some sense, but totally impressed, totally inspired, totally empowered by her work in a pretty much male-dominated art form, really. And so it was a breath of fresh air, really, when we were introduced to the work of Jean Winterbreeze, with its potency, with its theatrical expression, with its militancy, with its sense of urgency, with its raw reality, marrying art and life, experiential poetry, I'd like to think. And so we missed her for a while. And after I searched, I found that she was in the UK. Her husband, Breeze, is from Wales, so she did some work extensively in Wales. And I found out about some of her work in Wales in recent times when I started visiting Wales annually for over a decade now. And so we became aware of her work in the United Kingdom. And so when we started doing our annual Black History pilgrimage to the UK, October annually, as of 2007, I reached out to her through Tony Hendricks, Paleface. She was then managed by Renaissance One, which I suggest that Blacka and the Date reach out to, because they have access to a lot of her work and the network that supported her while she was in the UK. And so we really had wanted her to be a part of a series that we had in the UK. It didn't happen, but we made contact finally just when she was planning to return to Jamaica. But I wanted to say, incidentally, it's good to recognize the support that she gets, because oftentimes people in Jamaica, they consider mental health as an issue not really a health issue. It's something else. And so oftentimes the people who are suffering from some mental psychosis are not given the support by even the health people, the society, family, the community as a whole. That was a bit different in the UK. And so she was like somebody who promoted better understanding of mental health and people who had mental health issues. And so she was given a PhD by Leicester University and are a member of the British Empire, an award to recognize her work supporting mental health as well as work supporting community and schools and education in the United Kingdom. And I think we could learn a page from that experience. And so once she decided to come to Jamaica, we sort of continued to deepen our discussions, our reasoning. And so when she returned to Jamaica, we presented her three times at our annual Jamaica Poetry Festival. She was also featured in Mandeville, which was an interesting experience at Poetry in Motion, because she's pretty much well known all over Jamaica and the world. But Mandeville, Central Jamaica was a little different. However, maybe because of the strong presence of the returning residents who knew her work in the UK, and certainly her brilliance and her ability to connect with the audience. She had the Poetry in Motion, pretty conservative audience, captivated in the palm of her hands. And we had plans to return her as one of the highlights in Poetry in Motion 2020, when we 2023, when we celebrate our 20th anniversary. And so we were honored to honor her at Jamaica Poetry Festival 2019 with the Jamaica Poetry Festival Lifetime Achievement Awardee. And she was also presented at our virtual staging, Poetry in Motion 2020. And so we had many other plans in terms of having her included in an anthology that should have been out this year, but was disrupted by the pandemic. She had also discussed us going into the studio to produce a work that she had just written, which would actually be a re-entry into the recording studio and the recording arena, which she somehow disassociated herself from for some decades. And so that didn't happen, but there are possibilities how we can make that happen, even in her absence. She had also discussed with myself and a few others our intention to set up a poetry retreat in Hanover, which we hope that can still happen with the support of our family and the community and Rossies, possibly the JCDC, among other organizations and institutions. Now, the fact that she passed away in Hanover, as we said earlier, the parish of Lee Scratch Perry, a dub pioneer, that would also be an avenue that we'd like to explore to see how we could, in terms of supporting her legacy, supporting her works for posterity, could harmonize maybe some remix with some of the works of Lee Scratch and some of the dub pioneers, and to set up something maybe at Resies, maybe at Patty Hill, maybe at Sandy Bay, that will help to celebrate and herald the works of Jean Bintabreeze, as well as the work of poetry which she identified with, and the literary and performing arts. And so Jean suggested to me in 2020 that we have a showcase showcasing the Jamaica Poetry Festival Lifetime Achievement Awardees. And this would have included Professor Mervyn Morris, Professor Edward Barr, Muta Baruka, Lorna Goodison, Dr. Velma Pollard. That didn't happen. That should have happened this year. We had wanted that event to be a physical event, but based on current situation and reality, that didn't happen. We were hoping it could happen at a subsequent time. And we think it can still happen, and we would love to make it happen, even in the absence of Jean Breeze. Possibly it could be a tribute to her as well. And so we recognize that outside of Mutabaruka, I don't remember what's the situation with Claude McKay, but certainly we think that Jean would be a prime candidate for a national award in Jamaica for her work in poetry and in the theater and in literature on a whole. And so we would want to propose as well that maybe Blacka and Professor Cooper, with the support of Edna Manley, the JCTC, the National Library of Jamaica, which awarded her the Musgrave Medal. And we are happy to support that from Jamaica Poetry Festival and Senyacom Edutainment to have some annual celebratory work, be it in Kingston or in Hanover, in addition to the work that Professor Cooper and Blacka have now been mandated to do. And so we would like to offer the platform for Poetry in Motion and Jamaica Poetry Festival and our resources and network to support those initiatives, among others, and to advocate for Jean Breeze to be given national recognition and for her works to be made readily available to the public and in schools and through the work of the JCTC, among other government agencies and other institutions. And so we just like to say in closing, I would like to have some time at the end to be interactive, possibly to take some questions and to take some suggestions and so have some interaction with the other people who are in this virtual conference. And so we would like to close by saying, just like Blacka said, and to an extent Professor Caroline Cooper, long live the works of Jean Binta Breeze, who we consider to be a lion-hearted woman, a lioness who is like a one-woman festival. Her poetry is experiential, and that's why she's unprecedented in terms of her delivery, in terms of her impact, in terms of the potency and longevity of her work, and in terms of how close to heart she is. She told me that she was given the name Binta by Owen Blacka Ellis. Pity we couldn't ask him what inspired that, or we got some impression from what he said, close to heart, and we'd like to keep her close to heart so that she can live her heartically, being the lioness and the poetess that she is. Long live Jean Binta Breeze, the One-Woman Festival.
Thank you very much, Yesus, for those inspiring words and for all the recommendations you have made to keep Binta Breeze's legacy alive. We all have to collaborate to ensure that her voice continues to be heard. There's just one thing I want to clear up, though, because somehow it has gotten out there that Jean died in Hanover, but she actually died at the University Hospital, you know. She died in Kingston. So though Hanover is her spiritual home and perhaps her spiritual death place, is actually literally in Kingston, because she had moved to Kingston because of certain circumstances where she was in Sandy Bay, and it was in Kingston that she actually drew her last breath. But it's a detail, but I think it's important that we, you know, sort of get the facts straight. But thank you very much, Jesus. And as you say, we have some time. We have 15 minutes for interaction with the viewers. So if you have a question or comment, please put it in the chat. Excuse me.
Yes, Prof. Thanks for the clarity. That's important, as you said. Yes, give thanks for that. We still yes, kind of situate her in Hanover based on, you know, the fact that she's from there and so on. But thanks for that. Yeah.
So, any questions or comments? Please put them in the chat. I'm not seeing any so far. I think, you know, we have to have these events to remind us sometimes of the importance of people that we take for granted. And I like the idea in particular of doing something, what you suggested, yes, as between Scratch and Breeze. Two great, as somebody says, cool, pride, cool, two great Hanoverians gone so close together. Excuse me, I'm coughing. Let me just cough and clear.
Drink some water, no, Prof.
Two great Hanoverians gone so close together. And I'm also a proud son of Hanover. All right. Karen Ford Warner giving thanks for the presentation's excellent tribute to our Latin-hearted gal, Jean Winter. And through a few cents podcast, they count me in for any of this work going forward. I clearly remember being electrified by her performance as Calabash. Ruby Body asking who were her contemporary Jamaican mentors. Can anyone say? Yes, we can say Mervyn Morris was a major mentor, not just to Jean, but to many of the other performance poets. Prof. Morris is a generous poet who was always willing to read manuscripts and give guidance to poets coming up. So clearly, he was one of her major mentors.
And maybe in that breath, Prof, you could mention that she was produced by Muta Baruka in terms of her first recording.
Yes.
So it showed collaborative effort and synergy among poets.
Good point. And she was also mentored by Linton Kwesi
Johnson as well. And might I add, Prof, that Maya Angelou as well in the UK.
Sorry, say that again.
She told me she was first introduced to a significant international audience in the UK by Maya Angelou.
All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then as she was very close in a very personal and professional way to Mikey Simit as well.
Oh yes, both she and Mikey were stars at the International Book Fair, Black and Radical Third World Books. You know, that's where Mikey was big too. It was an international audience and a huge platform for both of them.
Yeah. So maybe for our audience.
Oh, by the way, yes, us. Enough people asking why we can't see your handsome face. Why your mic? Why your video is off?
Now must see the moderator, sir. You know how long me I try.
Yes, us video because yes, see them.
Yeah, look here, Prof. Me try do it for myself and say the moderator have to do that. And so who are the moderator?
Right.
You?
Somebody here, Lord Chan, could we see the presenter? Everybody, I beg for see. All right, everybody wants to see yes, us. You see, yes, us in all his glory. Everybody heart now is satisfied because they can see you. They wanted to see you all the way through. Any other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any more in the chat. Oh, it gets up quiet.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, somebody says, NB, A Cold Call Boy is the outstanding work of another outstanding literary soldier of Hanover, C. Everett Palmer. Yes, that's another talent. I don't know whether my drink I eat up a Hanover, so must be the hard food and good Jamaican food. Whether I'm going them now eat foreign food, that must be the thing that is making them so creative. That's fantastic. Big up Hanover. Big up Hanover.
But Prof, let me just ask a question of Professor Clinton Hutton. Are you listening? Are you there, Professor Hutton?
He should be.
Yes.
Yeah. Prof.
Yes. Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you from Hanover?
Yes. I'm from
exactly.
Jericho.
Yes,
See?
as well as Professor Hutton's nephew, who is the world famous Maccabee. Is that correct, Prof?
Yes, he was born in England. My
But him,
sister's son.
him roots in a Jamaica. Him tell me that.
Yes, yeah, man. Yes, certainly.
So Clinton, what is your feeling about how so much talented people are come out of Hanover? But not one like Hanover would have talented people. Jamaica don't go.
I never really
talented people just have bus all over Jamaica.
Yeah,
but
well, certainly in music, Hanover only Lee Scratchberry is the main person, but there are others.
Yes.
But I don't know.
It wasn't ordinary, you know.
We have to. Who was not?
Lee Scratchberry. It never ordinary. It was a direct genius, you know.
No, me never say ordinary.
No, me never say ordinary. Me just throwing my 2 cents.
Okay, no, go ahead. No, man, it's a genius. Yeah, man.
And Gene is another
conferences.
Say that again, Clinton.
Just so speaking. No, I'm saying Lee Scratchberry is a genius. I have interviewed him. I have presented him his work at conferences.
Yes.
In fact, doing a comparative study of his dub with revival music and the revival table.
I remember we're having a whole session on him tomorrow.
Right. That's right.
So here my thing now, Prof.
Lorna Goodness's roots is in Hanover as well.
Yes.
And matter and she told me that she has some roots in Malvern in St. Elizabeth, so we're claiming her as well there too.
and she didn't come to Kingston to claim her too.
From yes,
you know, for a little island, Jamaica has produced some brilliant people. It's just unbelievable. In fact, the entire Caribbean, we're such a small space geographically, but culturally so rich. And we have to celebrate that, you know. Sometimes we just think of the poverty and the distress, but we don't realize how creative we are. And I really believe that food thing is fundamental. If you're eating good food, your brain, you know, they say a sound mind and a sound body. And if you're eating good food, that will help to keep your structure going, man, you know.
Yes, and it is said, Prof, you are what it is said, Prof, that you are what you eat. So you're right.
Absolutely. See, somebody is saying, you know, there's several centenarians from Hanover who must be something they eat. My mother died last year at over 107. My oldest Facebook friend is 104, also from Hanover. So,
yeah, and not all the food is the imaginative culture is very important. It's a very important source of the creativity of the people. And remember that the Gere tradition is from Hanover. So that like in many other parishes, there's a strong imaginative culture. And that is very important.
Well, we're coming close to the end of our time. It's 11:25. We have 5 more minutes. So I don't know if there's anybody else who has something that they want to say, but I have to read this. This is an amazing presentation. I've always had an affinity to the creativity of dub poetry, which I also had exposure to at the Apollo Theatre in Dockerville, St. Thomas. Like the rich heritage of St. Thomas, it appears the heritage of poetry comes out of Hanover. The question, why is our education of the local community of students not exposed to this vast base of diverse process? Well, I think at the tertiary level, we do teach dub poetry. There's a wonderful book called Voice Print that was edited by Professor Mervyn Morris and Gordon Roller and Professor Stuart Brown, which, you know, documents dub poetry, performance poetry. But I think, you know, the school system tends to be very conservative, so parents have to push, and those who are in the formal educational system have to make an effort to broaden our understanding of what is literature and what should be included in the curriculum. And I see somebody posting again that Etu is strictly from Hanover. Okay, so big up Hanover, big up Hanover, big up Hanover. Clinton, any last words before we go? Yes, us, any last words?
Well, yes, let me go before the prof.
I just want to thank.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, man, are you overseeing it, prof?
No, man. Clinton, I'm going to close it out.
Yes,
What
exactly. Right. So what we're saying, you know, obviously, again, full grats to Professor Clinton Houghton and to everyone who make it possible, Mico certainly, and the poetry community. We would like to hear, if time allows, or even beyond this conference, ideas from the public as to how we can strengthen the legacy of Jean Binta Breeze for posterity, and to celebrate our works both on a personal, private level as well as on the national and international spaces. And so, you know, it would be good if coming out of this we could start to put it together, shape and form it in the fashion of what Blacka did. And it's certainly an honor. We'll be doing quite a bit in terms of our events and our Art of Life magazine to keep poetry. Art of Life magazine is a poetry magazine, but certainly to keep the works of the poets and the literary arts front and center. And certainly Jean Binta Breeze will be chronicled and immortalized in our efforts in the midst of all of that. Professor Clinton Houghton, over to you, sir.
We have had 3 marvelous presentations this morning, and there are a lot of coming from it, a lot of such Jean Breeze's work more public, those unpublished to get them published, and to move for them to be in schools. This is not the end of today's proceedings. We have more to come immediately after. But I really thank you very, very much for the presentations. I really enjoy them. They're inspiring. And tomorrow, after today, tomorrow, we will be looking at the work of Lee Scratch Perry with some very important presenters. Dr. Dennis Howard, Neil Fraser, otherwise known as the Mad Professor, internationally renowned dubist and producer. They have both written, well, Perry, People Funny Boy, and Michael Veal wrote a very, very important book about dub. And they will be discussing Lee Scratch Perry, but there are other presenters. There's a panel on beauty, Black beauty, led by Professor Christopher Charles. So we have a number of presentations tomorrow, the last day of our conference. And today, following this panel, we will continue until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much again. It's wonderful,
Clinton, just
wonderful.
tell them what's on for the next panel.
I don't have the thing in front of me now. But
okay, all right. Let me see if I can find it. Yes. And in the meantime, I should tell Giovanni Red Marks came on late and she said she's sorry she missed some things. Let me just reassure her that the thing has been recorded, the program has been recorded, and it will soon be posted. So you know, later today, so she'll be able to catch up on whatever she missed. I'm just checking the program here now so I can tell you what's next, what's coming up. I don't want to waste time, steal any time from the program by looking for it. but quickly I found it, and the next panel will be on is sharing art is going to be N2 Springer, Laura Lee Jones, Michael Holgate, Dr. Phyllis Hill, and they're all going to be talking about the arts and in particular, you know, the way in which the arts help to shape community. Okay? So please stay tuned in. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So we're out now. Thanks again to Yassus and to Blacka for a wonderful panel.
Thank you, Professor Cooper. That was a lovely session. We have for our next panelist share, Miss Shanine Hosey. She will take us into the second segment. Miss Hosey, over to you. Unmute.
Thank you for that. My apologies. And welcome again, everyone. And thank you for joining us for day 2 of our conference dubbed Caribbean Culture, Arts and Aesthetics and Education. Now, I am Shanine Hosey, your moderator. Now, Amiri Baraka profoundly states that there is no depth to education without art. Today's presentations on literatures and the arts will prove to not only be interesting, but to be quite beneficial in that conversation that we need to have about the role of the art in our lives. At this time, I would like to welcome and introduce our very esteemed panel of presenters. We have a Trinidadian-born, award-winning, prolific poet, author, playwright, and cultural activist, Miss N2 Springer. Welcome. Senior lecturer at the Edna Manley College, entrepreneur, and a powerhouse in the creative industry with over 20 years of contribution to design, product development, and business development, Mrs. Laura Lee Jones. Welcome. Head of the Philip Sherlock Center for the Creative Arts at the University of the West Indies, artistic director of the Ashe Company, author, and a force to be reckoned with in the field of theater with over 20 decades of experience, not only in theater, but in music, film, dance, and writing, Mr. Michael Holgate. Welcome, sir. And our final panelist, Assistant Art Education Professor at the Delta State University, a phenomenal woman. A woman who at a very young age defied the stigma of the arts not being a career and traveled to Beijing, China on a scholarship to pursue advanced training in textiles and design. A woman who indeed has a deep love for art education, and this propelled her completion of her bachelor's degree in education administration, Master of Art degree in art education, and also a Doctor of Philosophy in Art Education. Dr. Phyllis Hill, welcome. A special welcome again to you, our panelists, and a gentle reminder that the allotted presentation time for today's proceedings is 15 minutes per presenter, and we're trying our very best to stay within the allotted time. At the end of the session, we will welcome questions from our participants today. So please be sure to pose your questions in the icon marked Q&A on your control panel, and we will have a fruitful discussion, hopefully, if time permits. Now, without further ado, we want to make the best of our time, so I will turn over to our first presenter at this time, Miss N2 Springer.
I am happy to hear about my sister Jean Binter-Breeze, with whom I worked in England I'm not from the depths of Hanover. I am from the depths of Santa Cruz in Trinidad and Tobago. I am supposed to be speaking about storytelling. I want to greet all my sisters and brethren that I see there. And begin by saying that I know the magic of moonlight nights, with the wind blowing softly onto the expectant faces of children sitting on a back step. My mother passing, busy with her skirt, and my uncle, no teeth, but corn in hand, ready to begin the ritual of storytelling, ready to tap into the secret university of ancient knowledge, waiting to transmit all the ancient values, the traditions that are the source of sustenance. And the closeness of the croaking in the bush, causing the children to look anxiously around. Leroy has said of stories that it is the glue that knits societies together. And it is that statement by Leroy that I've used as the title of my presentation. Each character, as it comes out of the bush, has a story to tell, has advice to give, has morals and values to teach. But our stories do not only exist in the magic of twilight. They exist in our calypsos or masking traditions. The stories of our traditional African spirituality, the wisdom of the proverbs. They surface in our dances. The strokes of the painter's brush. And yes, Professor Clinton, stories can inspire a painter's brush with passion. Some of our leading scholars have documented and contextualized the link between Africa and our diasporic storytelling. And chief among these have been J.D. Elder, Maureen Warner Lewis, Hollis Liverpool, Gordon Olea, among others. Every society has its stories, its way of reinventing itself, of expressing its worldview, of using and adapting its foundational principles to make sense of life, to establish a relationship with self, with nature, and with whatever higher power it recognizes. For us Caribbean peoples, our stories assume a critical importance, since the institutions that exist in our communities, especially the education system, have functioned largely as extension of the colonial hegemony. These institutions were clearly not meant to uplift the selfhood of the majority of our population, and indeed of its first peoples. In the case of the descendants of the enslaved Africans, Leroy has interestingly used one of these characters conjured out of the bush by the storytellers, along with Sukuya, Laja Bless, Papa Buan, Mamadou. And this is the Dwen. We all know about Dwendom. And the Dwen is one of those characters, those mythological characters that emerged. It was used by the elders to warn our children to be aware of the call of the stranger in the night, those who would lure them to become faceless and nameless and have their feet turned backwards. Leroy says, aborted spirits, they dwell in the twilight of no name and backward turned feet. And he uses that analogy to describe the African in the diaspora. He says, I saw us as a lie in the shadows, rather than coming out boldly in the light with our own story, facing the world the recipient of the hand-me-downs, whether it was title, standard, whatever. We believe we inherited nothing. Nobody wants to be called a dweck. But one must understand the symbolism and look at ourselves critically, and we will see what we have become. The more I have thought about this metaphor, it is not too far removed from the story of dwellers told by our elders. I will just extend the analogy to the proselytizing of those who have lost their traditional spirituality. Leroy says, no other people in the history of mankind have endured such an exclusive imperial system geared to vanquish all elements of their nature. And to move straight from that, to say that is exactly what we have done with our Anansi stories. We have accepted the enslaver's view of Anansi. Orlando Patterson's sociology of slavery says Anansi is selfish, lazy, treacherous. But to quote Leroy again, is that what we have become? I've spent much of my long career as a storyteller creating stories that price off the mask of the fawning, lazy, greedy Anansi to reveal the God of wisdom of the Akan people, the symbol to me of cultural intention and resistance, the strategy, the Obia man. Monica Schuler documents that in the records of slave rebellions from the Virgin Islands to Suriname from the 17th through to the 19th century, the most rebellious slaves were the Akan, particularly distinguished, especially in the records of slave trials, by their belief in Obia. Is it any wonder then that the stories of their God of wisdom would be the ones that the enslavers, to use Leroy's word, would seek to abort? The word Obia, the spirituality of the Akan people, has perhaps until recently been the most feared and hated word in our lexicon. Of this Obia, Leroy said, should we barely understand the phenomenon that is Obia, we would not ignore it. I cannot leave Anansi without paying tribute, saying Iba to the work of Amina Blackwood Meeks and her anti-Kuma movement, of which I am a proud member. There are still laws against Obia. In TTT, in my own country, they were removed in 2000. Now we can openly practice our spirituality. In my own worldview, these stories mean a lot. The stories of Oshun celebrate my warriorhood and nurturance, my Black beauty, my ample proportions. The stories of Ogun remind me of the unceasing war we waged against enslavement. I have been collecting those stories, those Ifa stories, and retelling them in our unique Caribbean style. Those stories, to me, the collection and telling of them represent a continuing act of cultural resistance, so important for survival. Let me just say a brief word on the calypso and musical form, or stick fight love-ways, or carnival, or traditional ancestral masquerade. Leroy has been brutal in his assessment. He has said, they go into our mother's wombs, take our rhythms, and sell them in the marketplace without giving back anything. Of the carnival, he says, we mass, they carnival. It is to the returning of the mass to its roots in cultural resistance and cultural resistance that every year I stage a story of the African origin of the mass in my play, Camberley. Briefly, I want to say that the most barren area of our storytelling is that of our first peoples. The shaman of the community in Trinidad is a very great storyteller, but they have not really been collected except in Philip Sherlock's Tales from the West Indies as far back as 1966. This is the only collection that I know that includes First People's stories, Anansi stories, folklore characters, and so. Carlum Publishers has also done a very good job in creating collections. One, Techno Technique, which goes across the Caribbean, Guyana, Grenada, Trinidad, Montserrat, Belize. Excellent collections that I've listed in the paper, but I'm not going to read all of them. And I must say that I have a new collection of children's stories and poems coming out with the illustrator one, Professor Clinton Hatton. I don't know if he's anywhere around, but he has illustrated my latest book, and I am deeply grateful to him. A little word on the proverbs. I've collected more than 50 of these proverbs, but there's a collection by a Tobagonian called Deborah Moore Miggins in 2007, which lists hundreds of proverbs and their links to Africa. I live in a multi-racial, multicultural society. And I want to quote quickly from Derek Walcott, who in his acceptance speech for the Nobel Prize for Literature talked, and I quote, about the epic dramatization of the Hindu epic, the Ramayana, the saffron frames, the bright grass and hand-woven amateur of the fragmented god who could be burnt, were not in any desert where imperial power had finally been toppled, but were part of a ritual evergreen in season that, like the cane burning harvest, is annually repeated. The point of such sacrifice being its repetition, the point of the destruction being renewal through fire. In the katas of stories, in the retention of language, the relentless battle against conversion, the Hindu annually tells the stories, recreates the dramas, and most importantly, engages in a ritual of storytelling. How then do we now lay our children back onto the metaphorical backstep? How do we feed their inner beings with self-knowledge, given back to our children or people, their names, their faces, disabuse them of the feeling that we have created nothing, inherited nothing, that we are recipients of hand-me-down, whatever was given? Who indeed, as Leroy asks and has been said so far in this conference, who will recharge the ruins? In the stories lie possibilities. I see the need for a fearless circle of tellers, invoking the ancestral power, with the understanding that the era of resistance has not passed, that emancipation was no hand-me-down. It was fought for with Ogman Oshun and Anansi's warriorhood, and that our spirituality or stories or cultural forms were key to resistance. CLR says of Haiti, that great revolution that gave us our emancipation, voodoo was a medium of resistance. Nani the warrior was nurturer, carrier of the culture, like Oshun. The need to tell our stories from our perspective must be seen as integral to the reparation movement. Pressure must be put on the education system in our region to include in our curriculum, in whatever form, stories that would reverse the notion of dwindle. We must write the books, tell the stories of our heroes, warriors, gods, goddesses. We must infiltrate the teachers' union. We need to employ the technology to tell our stories. Our TV stations regurgitate daily the lowest level of American popular culture. Certainly in Trinidad and Tobago, there are no storytelling programs for children. I must admit that I have been dragged kicking and screaming into the world of technology and now have a Facebook page for my storytelling set up by Attila. So I encourage you to go to it. Yesterday, Heritage Day for the First Peoples in Trinidad and Tobago, we posted a story about the great chief Hyarima and his resistance. We need to recognize that with deliberate intent and content, our stories or storytelling can and must provide the possibility of an alternative pedagogy that can help us win the war for the minds, the souls of our people, and fulfill the Garbian mandate of emancipating ourselves from mental slavery. I have previously stated in a storytelling guide that stories can help to conquer any harmful links engendered by the youth culture of Western civilizations. Stories can go a long way to restoring the sense of family. Storytelling is a powerful matrix of protection in the tradition of my mother's skirt against the strains and stresses of modern life. It provides the facility to be expressive and comfortable in one's own linguistic space. The confident claiming of our own voice, words, and oral expression is key to the development of literacy and success in the formal education system. Storytelling is part of the legitimization of our Caribbean orality and a crucible for our linguistic creativity. Storytelling helps develop imagination, memory skills, listening skills, visualization skills, literacy, and literary skill. I am a storyteller. I will not be denied a story, although how my time is going. Albeit a very short one, a true one. So here am I going to end with a little story. Crack, crack, as in my tradition, monkey break it back for a piece of Pamara. This is a true story. So I get sick and I lie on a bed in the accident and emergency department of the Port of Spain General Hospital. This young, handsome Syrian doctor comes in, greets me respectfully. Mother, how are you? So I begin to talk, and the doctor jumps back, literally. He said, I know that voice. You have traumatized me for life. I said, really? He said, yes. When I was a little boy, my mother took me to storytelling in the National Museum. And you were telling stories. And you told a story about a man who was going home from work and he picked up a baby and I joined him. And the baby got bigger and bigger and bigger as he carried the baby. And the baby started to say, put me down where you pick me up. Put me down where you pick me up. Put me down where you pick me up. And the man had to go and put back the child. He said, since that day, I have never been able to pick up anything that was not mine. I hear that voice so many times. Crack, crack, the story end and the wire bend. I just want to say one last word about language. In Santa Cruz, where I grew up, there was a very strong influence of the French Creole, the patois. That language of resistance, because as we know, our languages were banned, our spirituality was banned, and our ancestors got together and created a language with their own words from the continent and the words from all these languages of oppression that they were forced to speak. And in Trinidad and Tobago, in the part of the country where I come from, in the bush, the people spoke French Creole, like in Haiti, St. Lucia.
Springer, we have a few minutes to, well, approximately 2 minutes to wrap up. Thank you so much. Very interesting.
Yes, yes, I'm going to finish in 2 minutes. And a lot of the stories that we were told in this French Creole. So a lot of the stories that I remember were told in French Creole. But because of the marginalization, the thing of us not having created anything, as Leroy spoke about in our reference, we refer to that as langage cochon, hog language. And it was not, we were not allowed to speak it because it would interfere with our education. But I remembered enough of it so that there is a lot of that patois, as we call it, in my storytelling. And as a young child, because I asked a lot of questions, my mother would say to me in the Creole, petit cochon dit grand cochon, comment c'est bouchilon, grand cochon dit petit cochon, tanto, tanto. Little hog asks big hog, how your mouth so long? Big hog tell little hog, you're going to see. Bye-bye, we're going to see. So let us see and insist that our stories be given a rightful place and provide us with an alternative pedagogy and a continuing form of resistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Springer. Indeed, we cannot deny the power of storytelling. In our Jamaican terms, hag de aksi mama wa make him out so long. And he say, come here, come, you know. All right, so we thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Springer. Remember, participants, if you have any questions, please be sure to leave them in the question and answer section. We'll get through to those questions at the end of our session. But we're going to move right along. We're keeping it moving nice and smooth, and we are going to move on to our second panelist this afternoon. Our second panelist this afternoon, senior lecturer at the Edna Manley College, Mrs. Lara Lee Jones. Welcome, welcome, Mrs. Jones.
Good afternoon, good morning. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Morning, welcome.
Good morning to everyone. What a lovely presentation just now. Forgive me, I'm using two devices because one, I guess you don't need to see me, you just saw me. So hi everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. So my presentation, basically, I am raising more questions than answers, and I am seeing through the sessions I've gotten so far that some of these questions recur. And yes, so you can run the slides for me, thank you. So I am a lecturer here at the Edna Manley College. I have been here for about 9 years, and I interact with first-year students a lot. And so in reflecting, you know, I talk to myself a lot, right? Yeah, it's one of those things. And in reflecting on my classes, etc., I sometimes ponder, you know, I find that the students come in not knowing so much about us and, you know, Caribbean and Jamaican culture. And so I started with these questions yeah. So I'm looking at, so let me just go through what I'm looking at. So I'm looking at this idea of creative content and how creative content, how it documents the history and development of Jamaica with specific focus on film, fashion, and music, right? As I said before, there are several questions that have come in my head, and that's what I'm sharing with you today. And some of these questions are, yes, can skip that one. Right. So I started by making a statement, but the statement is also like a question of sorts. Do we tell our stories anymore? So the questions I started with were, what information is readily available as it relates to Jamaican art and design and designers? And how is that information accessed? I also asked, are such spaces and archives housing information still relevant? And how are they boosting their public appeal about the information they house? You can move the slides along for me, thank you. The third question I asked myself, what has been the approach here in Jamaica, and I guess we could say by extension the Caribbean, to tell Jamaican stories and make Jamaican content accessible and organized? As I said, these are my own contemplations, and these were questions to myself, right? And these questions came to me as I looked at, we're having a lot of conversation about content, and we've said content is king. And especially during this COVID period, there's been a spike in the amount of content that is just being accessed. And platforms such as Netflix, for example, reported that in April of 2020, right, they had a growth of 16 million new signups due to lockdown. And this was an increase over, it basically doubled over the period in 2019. And I thought that was impressive. And I also thought, how many of us here right now in this conference may have been a part of that statistic? So I'm looking at the narrative about creative content represented as stories that document the history, development, and the future of Jamaica in the arts, specifically exploring fashion and film. I chose these three areas of the arts because of the symbiotic relationship between them, fashion, film, and music, that is, as they are indicators of a Jamaican identity that is ever evolving and ever seeking to unpack the conversation surrounding decolonization. Film needs the integration of fashion and music to set the tone and to tap into the emotional sentiments being evoked through the storyline. The same holds for, by extension, for fashion needing film and music, and vice versa. Fashion, film, and music are modes of communication. They are art forms that communicate emotions. And I quote from Rosman and Rubel and I quote, in some instances, the emotional impact appeals to some universal sense that does not require particular cultural knowledge in order to be appreciated. There are also systems of visual communication, end of quote. You can move the slides along, thank you. We have seen examples of the universal appeal pertaining to music created by individuals and musicians such as the Wailers, Burning Spear, Lee Scratch Perry, and many others. With that said, I ask additional questions. Are we, Jamaica, being deliberate and strategic in using fashion, film, and music as tools to document our history and to tell our stories? Are we using these art forms as tools for analyzing and reflecting on Jamaican or Caribbean stories, and by extension, understanding our role in the decolonization process? I present more questions and answers here, but now let me turn my attention to examining one of the many Jamaican films that represents an aspect of a Jamaican/Caribbean film legacy that has been created. And you've been seeing some of those slides come up already. In 1972, the film The Harder They Come, written by Perry Hensel and co-written by Trevor D. Rohn, was premiered in Jamaica. This film told the story of a young Jamaican man, Ivan Van Ho Martin, Ivan, played by Jimmy Cliff, who leaves rural Jamaica and heads to Kingston to live with his mother after the death of his grandmother. He's excited about the prospects of being in Kingston, and soon he realizes that Kingston is no bed of roses. These different moods and emotions are captured through the wardrobe, which is the fashion, and the choice of music. When the film is analyzed not for its entertainment value, but for the value that it brings in terms of its social commentary to the specific timeline in Jamaica, which is the 1970s, one can recognize that topical issues relating to power and control reverberate throughout the film. Through the film, there's the reflection on the power dynamics in institutions such as the church, the music industry, in politics, within social classes, and within the armed forces. I guess one could say that those are institutions that still hold some strong colonial connections. These are issues we still contend with 49 years later. This film could be considered pioneering work at the time, but it also documented significant facts about the socio-political landscape of Jamaica. In The Harder They Come, or The Harder They Come, is recognized by many individuals as the movie that helped popularize reggae music around the world. The soundtrack is equally powerful to convey the story and to give cues as to some of the upcoming popular music and musicians coming out from the ska influence and to the emerging new sound to be called reggae. In examining the lyrics of the theme song, The Harder They Come, written by Jimmy Cliff, it is as powerful in expressing the emotions and the idea of the film itself, but was also a commentary on the social conditions experienced by many Jamaicans in the 1970s. And I would want to say, we're still plagued with some of those issues. These issues include poverty, perceived views on the lack of opportunities for the greater masses, and many more. The Harder They Come is also significant because it represented the voice of the people in Jamaican society that never had the opportunity to see themselves on film in the way it was captured by Hensel and his team. The visual representation as film seemed real and unedited. It showed the stark differences between the rural countryside, the uptown manor park, and the inner city of Kingston. I would say a good glimpse of the parallels that existed then. The fashion is also quite telling, not distinctly Jamaican made per se, but the styling speaks to a strong Jamaican aesthetic, featuring various hats and headgear, layering and mix matching, influences of red, green, and gold, and the Rastafarian aesthetic, as well as the bush jacket shirts, to name a few. The fashion presented in the film represents a mix and match of elements, some of which are borrowed. The making and release of The Harder They Come, one would say, showed what was possible in deliberately and strategically integrating the three art forms in our local film. Many other films have been produced since The Harder They Come that can be interrogated in a similar way. However, I selected this film because it brought front and center some of the socio-political and socio-cultural issues that we still grapple with today. It tells a story that is timeless. With that said, I return to asking more questions. Where can we access local content in a comprehensive way? Where can we find comprehensive reviews and analysis that interrogates the myriad of creative content that we have created in Jamaica over the years? Have we relegated some of these content to just sources of entertainment, or are we being strategic about its use as teaching tools, as tools for documenting and charting future parts in the arts, specifically film, fashion, music? Are we making our content accessible whilst also capitalizing on the value of such content? Are we deliberately integrating these art forms so that the representation of the visual elements are uniquely Jamaican or Caribbean, if at all possible? There is so much more to contemplate and to unpack as we engage in our conversations. There are also a myriad of opportunities awaiting exploration. So I know you have been looking through the images that are presented in the slides, and I've basically just pulled out how, using film, using the imagery that you're seeing there, how we can now zero in on those elements about fashion, the specifics of the fashion, the styling, etc., that can be used as teaching tools. I also have a slide there that looks at the lyrics of The Harder They Come as well, because as I said in the presentation, it tells a story, and it fitted.
Mrs. Jones,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, just to let you know you have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I am through. Thank you so much. As I said, you've seen most of my thoughts come through on the slides. And yes, it's open for, it's a lot of questions, but that was the purpose of this presentation, to raise more questions and to see if we can actually, start charting a way forward for the accessibility of the content, for looking at our content, not just for the entertainment value, but the value that it brings as a teaching tool, and also the opportunity to make some money as well from the content that we have. Thank you. Yes, I'm through.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jones. Very important questions that we really need to explore as art practitioners in conversations to come. Really important questions. At this time, I'm going to remind our participants again, if you have questions, please go ahead and share them in the question and answer icon on your control panel. We're going to be moving on in the interest of time, and we are going to present we're going to welcome, our third presenter, Mr. Michael Holgate. Mr. Holgate?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump right into it. I'm actually at Liberty Hall doing a shoot for an extra for Marcus Garvey production, which I'll also be talking about. So, missing signposts. So I'm really talking about Caribbean mythry, which is also the basis of my thesis for PhD in cultural studies at the University of the West Indies. So, and it's looking at directing and how directors can have a dramaturgical lens that they can use in order to create their productions. And I'm also interested in film, and so I'm also exploring using it for film. I'm timing myself. I think you say I have 10 to 15 minutes, so I'm watching my time. The lack of signposts on the journey towards being a Caribbean or Jamaican director often leaves aspiring young directors frustrated at a lack of progress. They can be sent in directions related to North America and European styles of theater techniques developed to facilitate development in those areas and the directing in those areas. The extent of the focus on those areas, in fact, may lead young creative artists to believe that that is all there is. For many years and even decades, Caribbean directors have been working and developing their crafts as directors with a view to represent the Caribbean. There are directors who are doing work with Caribbean material from a space of Caribbean poetics. And many directors are engaged with a process of working with more indigenous material that feels relevant to the Caribbean context. Some of the evolution and development of a Caribbean directing style and aesthetic has come from directors who are also modeling other directors' work. All these form part of a process of indigenization of the Jamaican theater, which is a long and still incomplete process. So this research is about unpacking the complexity of our stories and myths, while fitting it into a framework that can explain processes and routes of progression to becoming a director. People in Europe don't have that trouble. They have their myths. Their theater styles and performing arts forms are born from their myths. Their student directors grow up seeing their own cultural archetypes all around them represented in their theater and performance. Myths are only part of cultural archetype, but I saw them as extremely important in my exploration. The search for myth is a search for answers to fundamentally existential questions which arise as people attempt to make sense of self, identity, culture, and nation. So it has been my work, as my colleague Marvin George often speaks of, Marvin and Camilla, do your work is what they always say. So it has been my work to develop a system as an artist with an interest in Caribbean theater, history, mythology, as well as signs and symbols. I sought to develop and unearth the processes that directors use in their quest to connect with audience and be a beacon of light for these post-colonial societies, if we want to term ourselves like that. Now, this research represents me as a theater practitioner explaining and expounding on my performance-based artwork as theory. All the while, I grounded it back in the practice and body of my text and work. The research also represents my exploration of other creative directors on the journey of designing, refining, and articulating their philosophy of empowerment through use of theater and performance. This research is a documentation of principles in practice. It represents the use of cultural resources in discourse, distilled through a research methodology and tied to a specific director's practice. That specific director is me. So the methodology used for this research tapped into multiple methods, including critical ethnography and autoethnography. As a director who is actively in the field and investigating the same phenomena from a theater performance perspective, I had to find a way to bring clarity to the director's voice, separate from the researcher voice, researcher self, and further interrogate that voice as researcher. Autoethnography afforded me that opportunity as I was able to give a rigorously authentic treatment to myself as director subject, as well as to the text and materials I produced in that mode. Afterwards, I was then able to pull that autoethnographic data into the critical ethnography and explore it from in-depth alongside data gotten from other directors. So we're talking about Caribbean mythry. What is Caribbean mythry? Caribbean mythry is a counter-hegemonic lens used by directors to focus material into discourse that is a historical, multimodal, and research-driven social justice theater. It's kind of long, but put simply, Caribbean mythry is a counter-hegemonic theater tool used by directors towards the fostering of Black empowerment. Hegemony, to summarize and paraphrase Anthony Gramsci, is domination by consent through use of cultural institutions such as the church, the school, the military, the media, the family, political institutions. So all of these present forms, structures, and content of disempowerment to Blacks through years of conditioning by overt and covert use of signs and symbols. So hegemony is not easy to unearth. All too often, we are like the proverbial fish in the ocean looking for this elusive thing called water. Hegemony, in other words, is around us and inside us like a culture of self-disempowerment. It is like something viral in the air, and we know about that from this pandemic, that makes us believe we are better off when we claim claim, appropriate, and defend that which degrades us racially. This hegemony can be heard in statements like, black man can't lead, or anything black no good. So how do we cancel the effects if we believe deep down in our core that we need something for our survival? We have to imbibe the water that sustains all our systems. So we have to reverse the symbols so that we can survive and rise above what has penetrated us to the core as our culture. So let me get more specific about what Caribbean mythry is. So Caribbean mythry is historical theater. The productions I have staged, which I could term Caribbean mythry, include Riot Act, Garvey the Musical, Bone of Contention, which eventually became Civil, and the Bone Tribunal. Now, all three of these productions have told the story of part of Jamaican history. In Riot Act, a museum is the starting point of a journey through the space of Black consciousness. These four characters, including a Rastaman, Rastafarian, Black academic, a filmmaker, and a mother woman, are taken on a journey through a liminal space by a ghost of the long-dead revolutionary Dottie Bootman, who helped to kickstart the Haitian Revolution. So on this journey, they enter a liminal space where they encounter and tell a relevant summarized story of Paul Bogle, Sam Sharp, and Taki. So I had also intended to show aspects of Marcus Garvey's life as well, but when I started doing the research, I realized that there was way too much about Garvey. And it's just so interesting that I found out when I started writing, I didn't know who Dottie Bootman was. And then when I started doing the research and heard about Dottie Bootman, and then it just kept on sending me to so many spaces with so many luminaries, so many Black people who we should have been identifying with, who we just don't know about because we're not taught about them. So that brings us to another element of what makes Caribbean mythry what it is. Caribbean mythry is total theater. Some would say physical theater, some say musical theater. The most appropriate term for what Caribbean mythry is total theater, and that means the story is told through dance and spoken word and drama and music. More importantly, total theater taps into the historical retentions of the functionality of music and dance as seen in West Africa. It taps into the recognizable revolutionary zeal and social advocacy inherent in our Caribbean music, whether reggae or calypso or dancehall. And again, another element of Caribbean mythry is that Caribbean mythry is multimodal. So here I already mentioned the multimodality of Caribbean mythry in relation to music and dance and drama. I specifically add multimodal as a separate category because in Caribbean mythry, pictures and words and symbols are projected against a white backdrop, against the psyche, to support ideas being presented and represented. So props are most likely to be just wooden blocks or boxes used to become anything or everything rather on the stage, or set pieces. But short films and documentary images are also used. In Garvey the Musical, for example, filmed footage of the Black Star Line were used in the song Bye Bye Black Star Line, which we're downstairs recording now. Bye Bye Black Star Line, bye next year this time you'll buy yourself some peace of mind. Also in the song Morant Bay, sung by Marcus Garvey's father, who was talking to him about the Morant Bay War, we use a silent short film as a backdrop, as a quote to support the tale. So I'm at 10 minutes and 38 seconds. So I think I have at least 3 more minutes. So Caribbean mythry is empowerment theater. That's the other element. My personal, theoretical, social, political, and professional commitment to empowerment through the use of the arts is a determining and driving factor for this research as well as for my work. I cannot dissociate myself from that, and as such, I tap into critical theory as a means of validation for the research instead of as a search for this elusive, neutral, or objective position. Let me skip along. So now let's talk a little bit about some of the myth-making elements in my theatrical productions that I am calling Caribbean mythry. There's always some duppy, and in every one of them there's a duppy, and of course I prefer to use the term ancestral spirit, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they are dopey. So when it comes to time to do a production for me at the Philip Sherlock Center, you know, they're going to be the sprinkling of the rum and everything, and everybody knows why, because I'm doing a production, ancestral spirit is going to be there, Duppy going to be in there. So in Riot Act, the Duppy, as was mentioned before, was Dottie Bookman. In Garvey the Musical, Holy Duppy, ancestral spirit, and Garvey himself had already died by the time the production started, and we were doing a live review. Another element is possession. In order to get Duppies talking to people, there must be some sort of possession, yes? Well, Caribbean mythry uses the term possession in both its senses. Possession is a spirit from the beyond taking over, animating a body in order to talk to the living. Possession is also the act of ownership. Who owns history? Who owns the story? Who owns your body? Who owns myth? We do, we as in Caribbean mythry. Sorry. Liminality, there's always exploration of the liminal space. The stage is representative of that. There's also time issues. Although liminality hints at a suspension of time, time in Caribbean mythry creates fluidity within that suspended time. Time is practically amorphous in a Caribbean mythry play. In the Caribbean mythry play, there is an atemporal reality at times and anachronisms at other times, deliberately so. So let me just also situations that, yeah, right. So situations that could never have happened or could never have been juxtaposed with each other are definitely placed in the same place to give a greater context and greater clarity and expose greater the hypocrisies that that exist. So reparation for Jews for a 6-year Holocaust, but none for Africans for their 400-year Holocaust. So I will place people and situations beside each other to expose the hypocrisy of that kind of hypocrisy. And in conclusion, what makes it Caribbean mythry? The social champion for Black empowerment, the magical, mythical mystery is there. And I also use stock characters that are used, for example, in the pantomime, but in pantomime, those stock characters are Anansi and the Dame and you know, the supernatural being and stuff like that. In Caribbean mythry, the stock characters are the Black academic who has done extensive research into Black identity, the spiritual leader, mother, woman, or shepherd who understands the real power of collective spiritual consciousness, the Rastafarian who has long been the upholder of certain Black ideals, and a long-living non-living person, the Duppy. And all of this is towards creating what is called an auto-manumission effect. And in that auto-manumission effect is, you know, manumission is when the slave owners gave freedom to the enslaved. But the auto-manumission effect tapped into the consciousness that you were never ever really a slave. Your spirit cannot be enslaved. Your consciousness cannot be enslaved. And so you are giving yourself freedom through this process of going through the production. My time is up. And so I'm just glad I got an opportunity to just give you a little bit of a taste of what it is that I'm working on in my research as Caribbean mythry. And I should be here to take and answer any questions that and bring further clarity. I thought I would have a lot more time. Mentally, I thought this would go faster, but it didn't. But I'm just grateful for the time and have to big up everybody. The people who I've been watching, who have been talking as part of this conference, and big up, of course, to Dr. Caroline Cooper, who is a mentor of mine, and of course, Clinton Hutton, also another mentor. Them don't know this, me just tell them. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hoggett. Very, very exciting business going on. I must say, I believe I speak for the other participants when I say I'm anxiously awaiting the results of this research. Like, I am ready to see the work continue through this Caribbean mythry production. And as a theater practitioner myself, I cannot really explain how excited I am about this avenue that you have taken. And trust me, I'm just looking forward for great things. All right. Thank you so much again, Mr. Hoggett. We do have questions we do have our question and answer icon still going. We have a few questions going, and I'm still inviting participants to go ahead, put your question in for our panelists, and we'll be sure to have our little discussion at the end of our session here. And now we're moving on to our final presenter this afternoon, and our final presenter is Dr. Phyllis Hill. Welcome, Dr. Hill. Dr. Hill.
And people just carry around.
So, Mrs. Hosey?
Yeah, 3 o'clock though is hard because it's not just here.
Hosey?
Yes.
All right, so we have to apologize for Dr. Hill's absence.
And so,
okay.
Margaret, if the person comes, Margaret can provide guidance. But 3 o'clock at the end of the day, really?
So, hold on. So we don't have Dr. Hill at this time, and we apologize for her absence. However, we are going to go on with our question and answer segment. We're giving the participants an opportunity to now go ahead, leave your comments, your questions, recommendations, suggestions, whatever it is you may have in our little comment section or our question and answer section. So we do have quite a few comments going on. Mr. Marvin George, giving thanks for the presentation. A lot of persons here in the chat just commending our panelists, you know, acknowledging their work and appreciating the work that they have put into these presentations. We have a question that was answered. Do you think enough is being done to communicate the relevance of telling our stories with the aim to provide grounding for the future generation? And this question was posed to Mrs. Jones, who I think answered the question in the chat. But Mrs. Jones, is there anything you would want to say regarding to that question live for all the other participants to hear, just for the persons who might not have seen your response in the chat?
Yes, I'm here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I did respond to the person who asked, but yes, no, enough is not being done. But I hasten to say, though, there is a lot that's available. All the universities, there's a lot of research, there's a lot of material. There's all that content from the days of JBC, and every now and then I'm still watching Hill and Gully, right? So there's a lot that's available, you know, but it's just not in a repository. It's not in one place that we can now say, okay, if I need some history on fashion, for example, I can go to this particular place, to this particular library, to this particular resource. So the reason I throw out those questions really is, could we create a Netflix platform? Don't call it Netflix. Is there a platform that we can create locally where when I say to my students, okay, go and look at Caribbean designers or artists, they, instead of just typing in Google blindly, right? They can now go to a repository that says Caribbean artists, designers, whatever, and be able to access that. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying we don't have information. I'm not saying we have not done any research. What I'm saying is, how are we using all of that research that's coming out of, I heard Yasso speak about just now putting something out there about a collaboration with Edna Manley College to be able to do something particular. How can we collaborate as universities and spaces that are engaging with students to make content accessible? So yeah.
Definitely. So we need to now decide, Mrs. Jones, how are we going to take on that charge? Who is moving forward with that charge, and how to properly, you know, approach this thing and get it done correctly.
Wow. Collaboration. I see it there. Collaboration.
Yes.
We have to collaborate. We have to collaborate. I think we have to kind of, you know, I know everybody, you know, we all have our niche, right? Whether it's the, you know, individuals, institutions, but I think we have to just be more, and maybe it will start with me. I don't know. Maybe I am committed to sharing information. I think a lot of our students do a lot of good work, research work, you know, as part of their assignments, etc. How can we now be looking at that, of course, respecting the IP, right? Because that's a big conversation, but being able to share that. One of the things that I thought about when looking at my space here at Edna is how can our library be accessed by other individuals, right? So I know, like, for example, at UE, there's a possibility as an outsider to get a pass or so, to use to come in and use the library. So could it start with that space where we make our libraries more accessible to outsiders? There could be a fee, there could be a, you know, a registration, I don't know. Maybe it starts right there, because I know our library, for example, is small, but there's a lot of information. When I walk into the music library, I'm just so excited. You know, I've been trying to track down the albums from Byron Lee and the Dragonaires, because I remember as a child, my father used to collect his Christmas albums, right? I lost all of that through some mishap, but I remember every Christmas he was collecting an album, and I remember distinctly Byron Lee. So this is how I ended up in the music library, trying to see, is there, you know, was there a Christmas album, or is some imagination that I have, right? So things are there, but let us know, can we work on making it accessible and not just open to the people who are in those particular spaces?
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jones. And I definitely agree with you on that point. We need to make all this information available. And we have students who are even at the CSEC level who they are studying the arts in different aspects. And a lot of this information is somewhat foreign to some of them, you know, so.
And we don't want it to be foreign.
we definitely don't. We don't. You know, in order to know where we are going, we have to understand where we have come from, and we have to really understand our history and culture and everything that it is associated with. I am still opening the floor to my participants, please. Questions, concerns, queries. I think I have a question here to Mr. Holgate. Sorry, I missed it, but can you say, sorry, what the concept of Mithri has given you for working outside of existing descriptions of theater practice in the region? Mr. Holgate, this one is posed to you.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Ask again, please.
It says here, can you say what the concept of Mithri has given you for working outside of existing descriptions of theater practice in the region?
All right, I'm going to answer whatever I think it's saying.
Right, because I'm trying to understand it myself. Right. So please go ahead. Yes.
So I'm saying that Caribbean Mithri is an opportunity. It's something that I'm using as an opportunity to use the cultural archetypes and all the cultural resources that we have here in the Caribbean to stage our own productions that speak to an Afro-Caribbean aesthetic or a Caribbean aesthetic, because it's not only African people here, right? But our Caribbean aesthetic. But there are myths, there's a gap. So the Caribbean Mithri is about who we were, who we are, and who we could have been. There's a gap of 400 years. And it's not that nothing happened in those 400 years, but there's a missing link. And so Caribbean Mithri is seeking to reconnect to so many things that we have missed out on, while acknowledging the value of what it is that we do have here right now, the values of those collaborations, some of them forced, but you know, when something is forced, sometimes something that comes out of it, you rise out of it and you become stronger. but then you now can look back and reclaim something from this position of strength that was there as something strong, and you can use it now to help to elevate you from even where you are at this point in time. So Caribbean Mystery is seeking to do that, and on the backs of some of the good things, and on the backs of creating new things, and there's nothing necessarily new under the sun. So I did mention, like from the pantomime tradition, I took the whole thing of the stock characters, because in pantomime you have the dame, you have the Anansi character, you have the lovers, and you have these stock characters. But for Caribbean Mystery, the stock characters that I used, an academic, Rasta, mother woman, or a shepherd, and always there is a Dopi or an ancestral spirit, and I'm using them, interchangeably, unfairly so. And there's always another person, that's another stock character, which is a youth who is always bleaching. And so the conversation and the discourse between and among these persons is a rich discourse, because they've all approached Blackness and identity and consciousness from different spaces, and yet you don't always have the academic talking to the spiritual, the African spiritualists, or talking to the Rasta, and so on. And so the Caribbean Mystery production puts them in conversation and in discourse with each other. And then what comes out of that is a richness that we can absorb and learn from.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holgate. I see that Miss Enter Springer has her hand raised. I just have a follow-up question for Mr. Holgate, and then definitely we'll go over to Miss Springer for her point or question there. We have a follow-up question, Mr. Holgate. Would you therefore say that without Caribbean myths, the richness of the region would be lost? And part two of that question, do you believe that modernism will eventually erase myths?
Okay, so it's interesting, I'm deliberately avoiding the word myth, although it's in mystery, because myth is its own big something, it have this thing. So I am deliberately saying I am creating something that is that taps into myth, but taps into myth as cultural archetypes, as that stuff that we have that has come through in spite of us not being, in spite of us being disconnected from the myths that were originally our birthright. So over 400 years, we cannot really and truly say that the myths that were African myths that were there in Africa are ours to fully explore now, because we are not those persons. They didn't come down through, I think they were when we knew these myths and they were a part of our upbringing and so on. So we are relearning them and then piecing them together alongside the kumina, which is drum and music and dance and a spiritual thing, but not necessarily attached to a myth. So we're piecing all of these things together to create what I am calling Caribbean mystery, as opposed to definitively saying that these are myths. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holgate. Ms. Springer, you've had your hand up for a while. You can.
Yes, I want to make a couple comments on what our brother was just talking about, and my own experience as a playwright and experiencing what he's talking about myth and spirituality. But first, let me say something about resourcing. By profession, I'm a librarian, and I know that in our islands, we produce national bibliographies. I think that we can, in our libraries, our heritage libraries across the region, let our library people, our academics come together and let our national bibliographies reflect in a very real way what comes out, not only as books, but as film, journal, and all of us, and let there be a kind of sharing resource, which I think already exists in some degree through systems like Accurel and so. But it is very critical, because you find ridiculous things like, okay, I was teaching a course on Caribbean literature, and I would send my students to the Heritage Library, and they go to the Heritage Library, and the assistant goes to Google. Now, Google don't have that kind of information on us, and sometimes when you get the information, it is wrong. So I have to say to them, go to so place on such a, so it is something I do not think that our institutions or governments recognize the critical importance of research and documentation to the selfhood of our people. And we really have to press to get that done. And I think the preparation of carefully structured national bibliographies, which lists our film, which lists all the things and are accessible in a regional database, could help. I just want to speak to Michael's talk about the presence of ancestors and myth and all of that. As a playwright, I have experienced this over and over again. Now, the god Ogun, who is the warrior god, the god of creativity and all of that, he's the one who fought with us, with Shango, against enslavement. His symbol is a dog. His animal is a dog. Every single year, when I put on the Kambule production, which explores the history of carnival as cultural resistance, and which pays homage to Ogun as the warrior leading the fight for the retention of our cultural form. Every single morning, we put on the show at 4 a.m. Every single morning before the production, a black dog walks across, surveys the space, and then goes away, and we know that Ogun is there. Another example, again, in that play, Kambule, we do stick fight, because it was the stick fighters who in 1881 staged resistance against the government trying to ban their Kambule, which is the African mask. And so we have rehearsals, we get the masters of the art to come and teach the stick fight. It's very dangerous. And one year, in rehearsal, somebody swung a bois, and one of the cast was hit and covered in blood. We had to take him to the hospital and all of that. So I went to my Babalao and I said, Baba, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why I want to protect the members of my caste. And the Babalao said to me, you have to remember that what you are doing is not a play. You are celebrating the ancestors, you are invoking them. And when you invoke them, they will come and they will take action and intervene when they are not pleased. I subsequently discovered that the young man who got cut was part of a small Christian religion. Well, I shouldn't say small, it was part of one of the numerous Christian religions. And he was getting a lot of pressure at home from his family for being involved with what they saw as devil thing. So Ogun was just saying that person does not belong in here. And at the same time, Michael was talking about possession. At the same time, the person was cut. One of the female members of the cast went into possession, and she started to say, we only want people here who want to fight. We only want people here who want to fight. And so now that intervention that she made is part of the play, Kamule. Our plays are very, very important. And when we work with the ancestors, when we work with our gods, our spirits, they can be very potent sources of bringing us back to ourselves.
You're muted, Miss Jose.
Oh, I am so sorry, I was muted. Thank you for that, Miss Springer. I am still getting the hang of this mute and unmute thing going on with technology. So I was just saying thank you for that contribution. And in the chat section, we do have quite a fruitful discussion going on in the chat section. I have seen where Mr. Marvin George has opened up the School of Drama for a collaboration based on the discussion that we are having here today. And I saw a point from, I'm trying to find it, however, I seem to have lost it. I'm trying to find a point where one of our participants mentioned that if we place everything on screen like it is, would traumatize a lot of people. And I'm thinking, what's the feedback on that? What's the feedback on this trauma? How will we be traumatizing a lot of people? Is that a discussion that we need to have? Are we supposed to be sensitizing? Anybody wants to have a little response to that? Putting our culture as it is, or putting our lifestyle or these myths as it is on stage, would we be traumatizing a lot of people? No? Okay, someone says, I think the discussion is necessary. Okay, any one of our panelists care to respond about this trauma that we might be traumatizing others?
One of the things that I am clear about is that you cannot necessarily, people don't necessarily want to go to the theater and be bawling. After a while, they'll go one time, and if you do that, the second show that you're producing, they go and you're doing that same thing, they eventually will stop coming to your shows. One of the things that I do my best to do is ensure that there is humor in the production, so that there's a light take on heavy things, and that light take on heavy things doesn't mean that you don't get deep enough in it, but you find a way of making it palatable. And then there are times when you just don't need it to be palatable, and you just give it to them, just like that, raw. But then afterwards, you contextualize again and you smooth it out. So it's really a game of communicating effectively, because you're talking to somebody, just like code switching. You're talking to somebody and they're not quite getting what you're saying, you use patois, and then they're not quite getting what you're saying, you dress back into the English. And it depends on who you're talking to, how you change. And if the audience is not ready for that and they're tired, they really are tired of hearing this whole thing of, slavery and all of these things, and then they become immune to it. So that is a part of hegemony at work. So we have to find a way of getting through to them that does not make them want to block you immediately, or want to walk out of the theater, or not buy into that film that you're sharing.
Okay. All right. I invite persons to go ahead and read the comments that are happening in the chat. I might not be able to read all of them or even go through all of them, but I'm asking that you do go ahead and you see some responses from our participants. Very, good responses, thought-provoking responses happening in our chat section there. I am still opening the floor. Do we have another panelist or another point that we want to bring up? We have 5 minutes. We're going to be wrapping this session shortly and moving over to our art and spirituality session in a few minutes, which I believe will also be another very interesting topic. Any topic pertaining to the arts really is very interesting and thought-provoking. So I want to, if we have no other discussion points, nothing else from our panelists, we are going to wrap this session. But before I do so, I just want to say thank you so much for making the time out to be here with us this afternoon. It is a well-needed conversation, and a conversation that I hope will not stop here. It's a conversation to be had. I hope that we have made some collaboration with the persons in the chat section. This is a time now to network as well. You might be able to join and make a few changes within our hemisphere with whatever is happening now with the art. So if you have not yet been in the chat section, you know, share emails, share how you can reach out to each other, and let us collaborate. We need to work together as a unit to get where we need to be. All right, coming up next with our art and spirituality session, we have my colleague, Miss Kadian Stevenson from the Language and Literacy Department at the Mico University. Once again, thank you so much, participants. Thank you so much, members of the panelists, for being here. I am Shanine Hosey, head of the Aesthetics Department at the Mico University. Please do enjoy the rest of the sessions, and please come back tomorrow for day 3 as we delve deeper into the arts. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Hi, welcome, Miss Stevenson. Over to you.
Welcome. Indeed, it was in fact a very awesome session that we had earlier. So we're at the third and final session for our afternoon, and we're looking at now art and spirituality. And I must say thank you so much to Aita for inviting me to chair this program this afternoon. And thank you also participants for being here, and for the presenters as well for coming out and sharing with us this afternoon. Indeed, you cannot separate art from life or spirituality. They are bound together in a single unit. It is my pleasure to welcome and introduce to you Dr. Goose, who is the head of the Institute for Cultural Studies at the University of the West Indies. As our first speaker this afternoon, he will present and enlighten us on the topic, Caribbean culture and its framing of anti-colonial or nationalist episteme, identity agency, culture, freedom, sovereignty, and pedagogy. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome no other than Dr. David Goose. Over to you, sir. The floor is yours.
Ms. Stevenson, thank you for a lovely introduction. However, he is not able to join us today. We do apologize for his absence.
All right, that's okay. Thank you so much for informing me. Well, is Miss, we'll move on then. Is Mrs. Elaine Campbell here today?
Oh, yes, I am here today. Good afternoon, everyone.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for that. We have with us this afternoon no other than Mrs. Elaine Campbell Dane. She is a lawyer, lecturer at the UE, author, mediator, avid gardener. She loves looking at old houses and antique. And she will be here with us this afternoon to engage us in the conversation, What Town? The Revival Procession. The floor is yours, Mrs. Campbell. Welcome to our conference.
Thank you so much. I would like to share my screen with you.
No
So
problem.
can you?
You can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you are seeing me. Should I start my video? Here I am. Here I am. So where do I start? I am Elaine Campbell-Donnan, as I was introduced a while ago. I am from Watown. I was born in Kingston and I was raised there. Now I have just a little bit more about myself. I lived away in Europe for many, many, many years. And during that time, I had this feeling as though I was missing something, as if there was a lesson that I should have learned. There was something that I know and I have forgotten. And it is a feeling that stayed with me for quite as long as I set my foot in Europe until I left a few years ago. One of the first things I did when I returned was I visited many of the elderly people in my village, and especially those who were busy or still busy, if they're still alive, in the Revival Church. Here, I am with elderly member. She's died about 3 years ago. At this stage, she was 98, 96, 98. And this is what I did, just to get that sense of reconnection of who I am, where I was going, where I'm from. And so that's a bit about me. Now, today, my presentation is about the revival procession. The revival procession, you should know, stems from the background. The Revival Church, it started its life under the undergrowth of slavery and colonial Jamaica. And it is within that undergrowth that this Revival Church, as we now call it, then it was not that. It was not called that, but it had practices relating to the land, the motherland where we came from, Africa. Now, in my discussions with people, with elderlies and people in and around the village since 2016, what my understanding is that there was some authoritative figure, a slave, who was able to gather other slaves from plantations around Watown. For instance, around Watown, you have smaller villages, and especially Scarborough. Scarborough was where the known founder, his name is Pearlie Downer, and that is the father of Mother Millie, who we have here. He was a pupil of that authoritative slave who was able to make his meetings with the slaves on different plantations around here. Now, upon his death, this is Mother Millie. This photograph was taken in the 50s. She took over from her father, and it is said, according to the story, that her calling, not that she wasn't practicing, but her calling came from personal circumstances, being left at the altar and with a child in the oven. You know, she is the one who's, you know, most people know, Mother Downer, Mother Millie. Here, what you will see in the background are some of her first pupils that have been captured here in this photograph. There are some figures that I do remember from a childhood. Here's Miss Hersey, my great-grandmother, Samati. And then out of that system, the procession developed. And I asked the question to Samati and Sameh, in this lady, why were there so many smaller churches around the main church?
the main church of what I call Upper Top. Upper Top, it's on top of a hill, right? If you haven't been there, I invite you to go on every first Thursday of the quarter of the month. Right. Her story was Mother Millie, having great organizational skills, maybe she inherited and she watched it from her father, was able to establish through her pupils what they call schoolrooms. Within these schoolrooms, my understanding is that they taught what it meant to be an African living in Jamaica, carrying out their rituals. And so each Thursday until the quarter is finished, they would go from one church or one schoolroom to the other until it culminated into the first Thursday phenomena that we know. As a child, I had access to that space because this gentleman here, he is still is, although he's dead, my step-grandfather. And these are some of my friends growing up. We would go to that space. What intrigued me about, as a child, from a child's point of view, was the colors, the sounds, the procession, the order. And that stayed with me. In returning to Jamaica, what I noticed that many students are attending this space, especially on the first Thursday of each quarter. And then given the historical background as to how this revivalism has developed out of, and we call it, Plot 60 because of 1860, my thought and my question is, to what extent are the historical perception of revivalism changing, considering it being part of Jamaica's high school religious education? Now, I just mentioned, basically my methodology, coming back, looking at the space. You can think of it from a constructivist point of view, an anthropological lens, and different approaches, ethic and emic approaches. And as I said before, I did interviews with Elder Liz and, the observations. So that's basically a summary of what I just said. So we have a main church, which is on top of the hill. As a local girl, I call it Upper Top. Others call it Revival Church, others Plot 60. Depending on who you are, they might say the Obia Church, Out of that, the schoolrooms, of course, unfortunately, most of those are not standing anymore for one reason or the other. There are at least two. One is in disuse and the other might be used infrequently. I still am to find out about that. Now, with the procession process, it begins at the foot of the hill. At the foot of the hill, we have, actually on the procession, there are different stages. So when we come to the first stage, which is the first seal. And that seal basically means to mark your presence in the space of what you are coming to do, being praising and recognizing that interaction between your spiritual self and your ancestors. There are many that do not want to recognize that for one reason or the other, historical perceptions, probably that. There's a sign at the first seal, which, when you come, you say that the Lord's Prayer, and there is a certain singing. I wouldn't call singing, it's somewhere between mourning and somewhere between thanksgiving. There are sounds, a mourning sound that comes not from your throat, but from in your chest, giving thanks, recognizing your presence in your ancestors. Then you get to the second seal, and here the procession goes anti-clockwise around a pole with a flag. The flags have different meanings. And then you continue onto the third seal.
which is, I call it the barnyard or the band seal. Here, even when it is not first Thursday and you enter, and for you to enter that space, you have to wait to be welcome. On first Thursday, whichever quarter you have to wait, and your luggage is always placed to the left. Now in Mother Millie's day, what I learned is that she had that type of power that even in her elderly days, when she was not able to move around, she would sense your spirit, or the spirit would intervene to say that person should not enter, not even the first seal. Once you are welcomed and your luggage, they're put away, and you walk clockwise around what is the band seal. It's, in other words, a barbecue. And there's a first circle. Within the welcoming stage, that is called the turning in. And the turning in, you go clockwise, and if you're part of a band, you tend to go into the church to have your service. So it's staged, and what happens throughout like on a first Thursday, you have about 48 different churches participating. It has grown. There are churches, revival churches, also overseas. Once you are on the band seal and you have gone through the service, you have different messages, and people who the Spirit, say, intercedes through, they tend to make their drawings or write their messages on the ground. When this happens, normally you're not to walk on it. And the messenger and who the message is for, those are the people who, I am told, who tend to understand what that means. We have different groupings they conduct. So if you have 48 bands on the seal, you'll have 48 services happening at the same time. Going through the process of drilling, of cutting and clearing, interceding with the Spirit. And when you are in the Spirit, here on the band seal, your spirit, you're open as a vessel to receive whatever. It could be bad spirit or good spirit, I'm told, but they manifest themselves through you. Your extremities, you're not in control of it. Your rational thought, you're not in control of it. You become an expression of whichever or however many spirits that enter you to celebrate that interaction between the living, the dead, your ancestors, your own self. It comes out in different forms. Now, this is, for me as a child, going back to my childhood reflexes, this is the part I would, with my cousins and friends, would be waiting for. We would be watching to see when whoever gets into the Spirit, and then we would call this the flattering. It's not like flattering as if you're beautiful, but that letting go of this physical self for the Spirit to sojourn through you. That is part of the procession. The procession as a journey. It's not only a physical journey, but also a spiritual journey, marking along the way as you go. For instance, on the seal, the band seal, there is the center leaf. The center leaf, this is a point that not many people are allowed to cross it. I remember my grandmother, who is the wife of Leader Linton. She used to say to me, "My darling dear, be careful how you step on this leaf and where you go, because you do not want to step on the wrong spirit. Also, you're a child. You would not want whatever kind of spirit, whomever spirit, to enter you." So they were very protective at that point in time, as I remember it from a child, of really how you enter that space. But for us as children, as for myself, it was, just enjoying the colors, the beauty. But then indelibly, what I noticed coming back and observing and asking questions, those were my formative days of my own self. Still, realizing that there was a self that I, having gone away into a different culture, left Jamaica, realizing I was not exposed to it. Even though I was exposed to it, I did not understand it. I didn't understand myself. What I hear there's a beep, my 15 minutes are up. So here we are, here, start of the day procession, it starts in the morning, and at the close of day, we also have that procession of sending off. Before you leave the band seal, you're given a gift, symbolically, a gift. The croton plant or flower is one of those. And you are giving it according to your, the size matters, obviously. So if you get a little piece, it means it's a little gift. If you get a big one, it's a big message. Big piece of croton, it has, they have the different meanings. Now, having gone through this process, what I call for myself, retracing of my footsteps. I'm still doing so. Having observed that students are coming to first Thursday, especially the first quarter, there are still some questions. How do students view the first Thursday processions at the Revival Church in Watown? And basically, to what extent is the African spiritual self embraced by Jamaican educators? And is revivalism burdened by its local historical perception? And if so, how is it manifesting or reconstructing itself as a global force, maybe a national force, or how can it be reconstructed as a global force? And to really help us to understand who we are as a people, as a spiritual self, how to understand and to create our own knowledge, with the knowledge gap, how do we create a knowledge about ourselves in the 21st century? Such a narrative of the procession, understanding its symbolism, understanding what it means as a journey into the self, will contribute to our national development, our education system. In so saying, I think I'm over my 15 minutes. I want to say thank you, Professor Hutton, for most of the photographs. I took some of the photographs from the Jamaica Gleaner and the Observer website. I thank you for listening. If you have any questions and answers, I hope I can find the answer. Thank you.
Please permit me, Mrs. Elaine Campbell. Your presentation is so thought-provoking. And so I want you to continue to elaborate on slide 22, that you had found some conclusions coming, some questions that you still have left unanswered. Could you continue to elaborate on some of those ideas, please?
Okay. The first question, how do students view the first Thursday procession at the Revival Church? That question, because I looked at it from my child's eyes. Students, as a child, I was a student at a certain point, but I'm seeing it differently now. As a child, I remember, people around me who would stand aside, observe, and make derogatory comments about the people up atop. You're not to go up there, that's not a place to be. Them, the people there, and the good people. So within that perception, now that revivalism is part of the education system, how do the students see it? Do they see it from the historical perspective? Do they see it from the religious perspective? I'm sorry, I must say I do not have access to the material as to what the religious educational program, what it contains in the schools. So that would be something somebody could it could be research to see, is it enough? Is revivalism, the whole aspect of a different aspect? I only concentrated on the procession, but there are many aspects of it, the organizational aspect of it, yes, the spiritual aspect, the economic aspect, the artistic aspect, I mean, the personal stories. These are things to be looked into. Exactly, question 2 about that spiritual self. What is that African? Do we actually, as a Jamaican, acknowledge generally that we are Africans and African descent? I remember one of my dear Professor Bewaji, he's from Nigeria. I remember one day in his class, we were having epistemology class. We were having a discussion, just coming back from Europe, and there I am talking the European way of learning, of understanding, of epistemology, talking about Kant and Socrates, and he looked at me and he said, Elaine, I'm sorry, you're lost. And it dawned on me after a while, having many conversations with Professor Hutton, what he actually was saying to me. Here I am, very much a Jamaican, having African ancestors, many other people within me, but predominantly, how are we as a Jamaican dealing with the self who was, educated from a European point of view? Are we creating a local education which says, here you are, this is yourself on many levels, not only the physical self, but the spiritual self? Is that part of the religious education? And again, as I said, the burden, or how are we really, how is the education system, even the public discussion, are we really talking about how Africans within coming out of slavery into this new era, how do we view ourselves? How are we constructing our own knowledge of our space and self, not only locally, but internationally? I remember talking to friends sometimes and say, oh yes, you're African. And you're like, me not African, me Jamaican. Really, what is it you're denying? What it is you are embracing? Out of the revivalism, if you should listen, for instance, to any YouTube tape or that is being recorded of First Thursday, if you listen carefully, when the leaders speak, of course, they use the language of Christianity to talk about their spiritual self, to talk about, the manna and the heaven. But when you really look at the symbolism, for instance, of the keys, I do not know the meaning of the keys, but one of the conversation I had with Sameh, and at this point in time, and I think there's a recording of that regarding this whole knowledge system that is based on the concept of the keys. I haven't come across anything that speak about the whole idea, revivalism concept of the keys. Now, Sameh here was talking about that she had 52 keys. There are some people who are said to have 7. Auntie Krish, that's another elderly member, she died. She had 7. I do not know how many my grandfather had. And this is symbolized, the symbol of the key, for instance, is they have this bamboo cane that is made, they're twisted. There's a special, I don't want to call it bush, but a whisk that is particularly used for that. to make the keys, and some people who are blessed with 3 keys. What these keys are, I really do not know. I just know from a child that they have special meanings. And she was telling me about her 52 keys. Unfortunately, here, when we were talking to her, she was already losing her memory as to what. 2 years before, she was quite eloquent and telling stories about her process. So there are many things just to bring to close these 4 points that I think would be worthy of further research and to be included in the education system. For one of them is, I do not know if there are people able to talk about the schoolroom system. What was it? There might be a few persons, second generation students or pupils of Mother Millie still around, and those stories are out there, and they're much food for thought with regards to revivalism in Watown, not only the town, but other aspects of it that really these things they touch on the African spiritual self. How do we capture that knowledge? How do we construct it and for the betterment of it? If there's such a word, betterment. Over to you, Miss Kadian.
Right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Campbell. All right. It is important to know our past, and this charts our future. And I thank you so much, Mrs. Campbell, for having this conversation with us. And I believe that our youngsters, they need to be aware of this religion. And I also hope too that educators across the education system will not shun away from revivalism, because we know of the stigma that is attached to revivalism, but they will educate, allow our students to have this awareness of consciousness about what revivalism is, about all of the arts and all of the elements that come with revivalism, because it will help us as individuals to become critical thinkers, to be able to express self and have self-identity. I see in the chat that someone posted from, I think it's Edna Manley, they were saying, and it's Marvin who said, the Watown experience is a critical third-year encounter for students, right? And he was saying that pre-COVID, it was face-to-face. During COVID, we do it virtually. So I can see here that an educator is actually taking up this mantle in educating our youngsters or young people on the topic of revivalism. So I must say to you, Mrs. Elaine, thank you so much for sharing with us on this very sensitive topic, because the stigma still exists. Someone in the chat said raphead people. People still call persons from revivalism the raphead, the Obia people, the people that up at the yard. So it still exists. So thank you so much for having this conversation and opening the floor for us. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Someone else said, this is the problem we have, accepting our spiritual self from where we came from and who we are as a people. We have been forcefully influenced by the European, to accept the concept of Christianity and how we serve God. We have to reconstruct our spiritual concept of religion. Very much profound, very, very profound. Someone has said in the chat, we need to make this a part of our curriculum. Same thing that we're saying. It's our culture. Why isn't it taught in schools as our capital letters, history? We have to remember our past. It is our past that influence our future. Thank you for those comments in the chat. Continue to look in the chat and participate via that medium. I have here Linton saying, not just explore at the CXC level, but also at the primary level. Important, absolutely. When the mirage of Jesus disappears from mind, we'll be liberated. All right. So now we'll go now to our final presenter. And of course, I am very much honored to tell you about our second presenter, Mr. Lokman Omoteo. And he is a Nigerian artist. He is the cultural diplomat to Jamaica. He has served or worked with the Tourism Product Development Company, TPDCO, and he is the pioneer of Festival of the Cloth. His dialogue will explore Obia or Voodoo, art and religion practices in Caribbean and the problem of evil. Over to you, Mr. Lokman Omoteo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes. My name, okay, I'm trying to share my screen here. Okay, I think I have it here. Okay. Anyway, let me just close this one first. Can you hear me? Oh, what did I do?
Yes, we're hearing you, sir.
Okay. Sorry, my screen just went up now. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you clearly.
Okay,
so
only because I can't. Yeah, I'm trying to see myself here or what's going on system.
So identify your document and then go
on
Zoom and click share. Share screen.
Okay. Yes, that's what I was trying to do, but share screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are seeing your screen, sir.
Okay. Share screen. Okay, let me just go on because I think the computer is kind of slowing down. Yes, my topic is Obia or Voodoo art, a religious practices in the Caribbean and the problem of evil. Yes, the religious practice known as Obia, as is defined, or Voodoo art, it is a system of spiritual healing and justice practice by the enslaved African in the island of the West Indies that were under the British rule, such as Jamaica, Barbados, and Bahamas, which give enslaved African opportunity to congregate, annex, resist, and rebel against their oppressors. Religious practices first made legal in 1760 as part of sweeping oppressive act passed in the aftermath of Turkey Rebellion, the largest uprising of the enslaved people in the 18th century. The law was to de-Africanize Africans in the island from rebellion, which the oppressors believed that the religious practices give them courage, solidarity, spiritual protection against being enslaved. So because of this, the religion was tagged as evil, and it was made punishable by death if any is found practicing such religion. But some of my keynotes here is what is Obia and who is Obia man? And secondly, the voodoo arts and total suppression, brainwash and stereotype tag against this religious practice, rather than seeing its virtual aspects and the connection to the African ancestors. Sorry, I'm still trying to, okay. Now, on my screen here, I have some images or a painting showing a kind of theater of war within the Africans, that is enslaved Africans and the plantation owner. Then I give an introduction. Fine, yeah, we have, I said, Obia is difficult to define as it is not a single unified set of practice. The word Obia was historically not often used to describe one's own practice. Similar to many other Afro-Caribbean religions, it was formed out of influences by the West African slaves who arrived to the area during the slave trade. However, the religious practice is based on combination of multiple religions, a colonization of religion, so to speak. It draws on elements of African religion and also reinterprets Africanized Christian practice. Heavy reliance on herbalism, healing, ritual, and spell caused great speculation, controversy, and eventually banishment from the British officials, seeing the religion as the source of evil and witchcraft. The white people feared their power to invoke a rebellion, and enslaved Black were frightened at the thought of falling victim to their magic. Basically, I think the Obia, as I see it as an African, what we call Obia here in Jamaica, in Nigeria or African continent, it is a traditional religion, which is accepted and which is also the religion of the Black. It was it's not just in Jamaica alone that this religion practices was tagged as evil, even though in the colonial or colonized countries like Africa, Nigeria, that I know, the traditional religion was tagged as evil because of the new religion. Now, the importance of Obia religion to the enslaved Africa. Obia men were important in the rising organization and execution of slave revolts and slave resistance in general. Even though these men had many enemies, they were usually never betrayed by one of their own because he was recognized as an important figure in the He was recognized as an important figure in the slave society of the time. As mentioned earlier, they play various roles simultaneously. He is a healer and executioner. He is love and fear, father to all and demon to many. And demon to many, mostly to those perpetrators, which are the plantation owners. These men, under the seemingly innocent views of medicine men, they come to accumulate power and respect that equal to that of largest plantation owner. Some of the other roles played by the Obia man, they serve as religious leader to congregate other enslaved people, which help them to plan and execute revolt against their perpetrators. Obia or voodoo is not evil. It is the perpetrators that target as evil, so as to subdue the enslaved people. Number 3, the religious practice called Obia served as a means to come together to fight back of being enslaved. Now I'll go to the that's seeing that image. It shows actually it is a painting, shows the Turkish rebellion of 1760. But now I go to the next slide, which is the suppression of the enslaved people was the beginning of brainwash to their religion. As the law against Obia was intensified, the conversion into the Christianity religion was the beginning of systematic de-Africanization of enslaved African value and practice. This can you hear me?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Okay. Oh, I thought I lost. These acts continue into the 20th century when the suppression of African value through the use of religion was intensified. With the conversion of several slaves into Christian faiths, with the conversion of several slaves to Christian faiths, increase in literacy, the brainwash of those new Jamaican was total. That is why, and if you listen to the last presenter that talked about the revivalism, in which till today this is still the region of revivalism as Obia, which they always put it at evil. This acts and ideology has affected and still affecting many Jamaican and other Caribbeans, seeing Obia or voodoo acts religious practice as evil. Even today, many Jamaicans still tremble at the thought of going to visit the Obia man. When the law against Obia lapsed with the end of slavery in 1834, the Jamaican government, like other Caribbean governments, acted quickly to ensure that the Obia remained a crime. The 1833 Vagrancy Act prohibited sorry. I'll take some water. Sorry, please. Yeah, the The 1833 Vagrancy Act prohibited Obia. The first stand-alone Obia Act, passed in 1854, made Obia a crime punishable by flogging and imprisonment. It equated Obia with nihilism, thus defining Obia not just as art meant to cause harm, but as connected to more broadly to religion with African origin. In the practice, the law was used almost exclusively against poor Jamaican, mostly the Black, but also sometimes India, and this was not accidental. Those who supported the harsh Obia law include many middle-class Jamaicans, intend that the law should intervene broadly in everyday cultural life to wane Jamaican away from belief and practice understood as connected to Africa. And then I quoted Edward Siaga in his journal, Revival Cult in Jamaica, in which is asserted the Christian middle classes widely hold particular view of revivalist, pagan, superstition, comical, enricher behavior, tolerant of dishonest, superstition of the practice of the Obia, the use of spirit for destructive purposes, and also added further to the middle class these reports of courtesies. The stereotype against the religious practices. Obia was not only used as a source of power through its association with the supernatural, but with the political power as well, especially slave rebellion and other forms of resistance in Jamaica. Obia man played a role of an inspirational leader who could entice his followers, thousands in number, to partake in resistance and rebellion. Because of this, the plantation's owner tagged Obia men as evil, as I mentioned earlier, and were blamed for every mishap that fell on a plantation or individual. Obia men play a central role in conception and development of any serious attempt at rebellion, and provide an ideology rallying point in sanctioning an open rebellion. They also afford a meeting place for leaders and followers so they could plan their revolt under the guise of religious gathering. And he maintained a link between the traditional African culture, which opposed the colonial rule, John. Which opposed the colonial rule and the Caribbean bond slave. Okay. Same. Yeah. By far, the most important contribution that the Obia men made to the resistance of the slave system was his direct participation in the preparation of in the preparation of the insurrectionists for war. The Obia men will first administer an oath to African rebels that will bind them to never reveal to anyone the identity of the insurgent or the plan of the rebellion. To do so will bring upon the individual and agonizing deaths. A white Jamaican planter Edward Longbeck described the ritual that Obia man initiated in order to administer the oaths. In my conclusion, it is important to know that the religious practice of Obia or voodoo art is not fetish or evil. Rather, it is a system of healing and justice-making practices among the West African enclaves in the West Indies. And it is like other religious practices that should be allowed in the Caribbean countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Omateo, for the very informative presentation on Obia or voodoo and Obia or voodoo art and religion practices in the Caribbean and the problem of evil. And it's a very ticklish topic, to be honest with you, based on how we were grown as individuals. And so we do see Obia, or the term Obia, to be something that is very, very much bad. And so, you know, I'm so thankful that you're able to come and share with us this afternoon to say, listen, it's more of something to do with healing, and it is not so much bad. So we have to put some thought into the whole perspective on Obia. So we have someone here saying, give thanks for that perspective and history on Obia laws in the Caribbean. Thank you so much, Marvin from Edna Manley. He's saying the first successful movement towards freedom and repatriation in the Caribbean and the Americas was grounded in Obia. He's looking at, that's Bayers Cayman in 1791. That is how we begin. So it's looking at the practice of healing and protection and justice, and not so much looking at Obia as being something bad. And so now I must again say, thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us, enlightening us that there is good in it. And so we move to Q&A. We're at the section for question and answers. And so the floor is open. Participants, if you have any questions that you'd like to ask our panelists, you can type it in the chat and I will be more than able to read those questions so that the panelists can answer. All right. Right, so we have Lorna adding to the discourse that unfortunately some of these laws are still on the books, and that is so much true, Lorna. You know, there has not been much reform with our justice system. And so we have a far way to go as a people. We need to start having conversations like this so that the law can be adjusted, yeah, to facilitate new ideologies. Yes, so I agree with you, Lorna Lee Jones. Yes. Anyone else would like to add to the conversation? Okay.
Question in the chat.
Okay, no problem. So there's a question coming from Red Marks, and he's saying, can we address the use of Obia as a weapon against each other, meaning our own people? Any of the panelists would like to take that? Can we address the use of Obia as a weapon against each other?
Yeah, I think, okay. If I should get your questions, now compared to African Nigerian where I am, you know, where I'm from, rather. Yeah, if for example, and somebody said, yeah, he used Obia to a kind of spirit to charm you or to do any evil to you, there's no evidence for such kind of stuff. And you see, in every religion, there is good, the bad, and the ugly. The religion itself is not bad. There's no religion that is bad. It is the human that are bad. And if you check in also other religion of Christianity or the religion of Islam, they have their good and the bad. But then because, you know, during the colonization and the slavery time, the white people tag the African religion as evil so as to control the African. It's not evil. And then if you look at the enslaved people on the Caribbean island, it is the only weapon they have to come together to fight is that religion. It is that religion that binds them together. It is that religion that gathers them together. That means they can congregate and plan how they can fight back these their oppressors, because many of them, or I can say all of them, are forcefully taken away from their country. That is Africa.
Yes, yes. We have, so we're winding down, you know, it's almost 2 o'clock to wrap up our session. So thank you so much, Mr. Omateo, for answering the question. And so we have some thoughts in the chat, and I'll ask that you going to look in the chat to see what some persons would have said. But religious practices, including one's governed by the Bible, have people who harbor ill intentions against one another. It's not unique to Africa, it's everywhere. So it was how we were brainwashed to think that it's evil. And so it's something cruel. And so we don't accept the culture and be a part of the identity. And so I must say, we have a very fruitful session coming up tomorrow. And I would like all the participants to come back and be a part of the session tomorrow that will be looking at music and aesthetics. And they'll be looking at the legacy of Lee Scratch Perry and Dub. Yes, Lee Scratch Perry and Dub. And they have a wide lineup for you. They have paper presentations. They'll be looking at the topic Blackness, Beauty, and Identity. And so I want you all to go out and support. And on that breath, I must say thank you so much to the panelists, to the promoters, to the ITA. Thank you so much for all the participants from wherever in the diaspora that you are today. Thank you so much for being with the Mico and sharing with us on this conference that is on culture, arts, aesthetics, education, celebrating the contribution of the Caribbean to global culture and the arts. I must say again, thank you so much for this robust discourse, and I bid you farewell and see you tomorrow as we explore Lee Scratch Perry. Come on, come out and support. Thank you again, everyone, for sharing with us this afternoon. All the best.